That is getting fed back.
Is. Oh, here we go.
It should now.
There we go.
Definitely.
But it's not detecting on the team. Definitely on the team.
Can you hear that? Oh, then maybe it's just the visual team.
The visual's not.
Yeah.
But you were able to mute it, right?
Yeah, we can mute it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other one is for those two mics.
So
Would you just like to test the actual closing setup?
Yes.
I think what we might do, Fred, is turn that lector mic off.
All right.
Side of it.
So this is. Oh, I see. So this is the same.
yeah. So presenter is that or
you-
those.
Oh,
You can hear the
sorry.
yeah.
Sound good? Okay.
What you can do.
Yeah, if we turn the lector mic off.
Yeah, that's a look on there.
There we go. Test. You're good.
Oh, but that's if you mute it and unmute it, I think it
That
it's like a
resets it.
global. Yeah. So you'd have to just keep an eye on it.
Can you leave it on and leave
Oh, I
it
see. You just
die
turn it on the
down?
back panel. Yeah.
Or the less feedback maybe.
Yeah. Well, that's his.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I would mute.
Those are the
Yeah.
Testing, testing. But by the way, when I'm done, take it off me, yeah?
No.
Otherwise, I'm going to leave with it. Bonjour.
Bonjour.
How are you?
How are you? I'm
Not
very
bad.
well, thank
Yeah,
you. I'm
yeah.
very well.
Yeah.
Ready to rock. We are rocking. We're rocking. Nothing. Sit down. Where is your team? Do you want to sit Good morning. Yeah, you see, it's like the back seat in the bus.
Good morning, sir. How are you, Terry? You good?
Glad to see you're
Yeah.
up first.
Yeah.
I wanted to let you know.
I will do this very quickly, and then I'll invite Avi.
Okay.
And then we do what?
James has a keynote, and then Terry has a short talk,
Yeah.
and then we do the first panel. And then be about here because you'll be in
Yeah,
frame.
just do the housekeeping after that. After I finish, so when I finish, I'll invite you just to, open the day,
Okay,
and then invite Lord James to give his keynote.
okay.
And then
I will say
yeah,
for a minute or maybe two before
I will take
actually
most
get
of the time, but because I'm showing my slides from yesterday.
Okay, I'll try to be brief,
Yeah.
but I want to take a minute
Yeah.
to mention this in Israel today is Holocaust Remembrance Day,
Oh wow.
which I think is very relevant to
Yeah.
what we're doing.
Yeah.
today.
Please. Yeah.
So I'll mention that.
Yeah. Okay. So it will take me about 10 minutes. This, and then I'll call you.
It shouldn't be more than 5 minutes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a bright morning out there. It's getting warmer, and we do have what we call our street food day. So they're setting up just outside on the street. We will be having very nice smells of lovely food on the street outside. So if you have a minute later on, wander about to see what different flavors there are. So I'll just take a few minutes to say a few words about where you are. I was supposed to do this yesterday morning, but because of the technical hitches, I wasn't able to. So I'll try to race through some of these slides. I'm doing that also because at around 1:15, there is an optional tour of our Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering just right across the road. So please, if you're keen to see some of our facilities at around 1:15 during lunchtime, please let me know. We'll be outside so that we can walk 2 minutes across the street there to go and see the department. So let me say a few words. My name is Washington. I'm the current head of the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. I'm also, it says there, the Senior Security Science Fellow, but in a couple of weeks, I will also be the director of the Institute for Security Science and Technology here at Imperial. And I'm also on the management committee of Imperial Space Laboratory. I start this with this slide. It's very, very apt and appropriate for this conference. So what I'm saying here really is that Imperial College London is about solving global challenges. And that requires some kind of conceptualization of what we're looking at in terms of societal resilience. I've got that pentagonal figure up there, nothing to do with the Pentagon in the United States, of course, but it just gives you the vectors of interest. And we were looking at, as I said yesterday, an encapsulating term And so we came up with societal resilience. And then we decided to look at what the threat landscape looks like. And that cobweb kind of a diagram begins to show you the complexity and the hypercomplexity of what we're dealing with. But the point really is that if you can map that really well, then you can, we can go back to our silos, we can work on our areas of specialisms, but knowing what the connectivity is. So the point to take there is the hypercomplexity to do with that threat landscape. And if you're struggling a little bit in terms of understanding what that is, one of the few things that the United Nations did well, in my view, is this Sustainable Development Goals. That gives you a map, kind of a closer practical appreciation of what goes on. But this slide is simply telling us that it's very difficult, it's very hyper complex. We need everybody to work together in an interconnected way to obviously deliver on what the EIS Council and the Imperial College London and the House of Lords see as the resilient, renewable planet. So Imperial College, in its wisdom, has come up with those three themes. One of them is the resilient society. You can see smart society, healthy, and so on. And then we've got underpinning, obviously, analytical methods, for example, AI, and so on, helping us along the way. Imperial College London is a top 3 university in the UK, the others being Oxford and Cambridge. And we are in the top 10 in the world. And we've done a fair bit of this Nobel kind of stuff. And we are sitting in this building. It's named after Sir Alexander Fleming, who was the co-discoverer of that wonderful drug of penicillin. So Imperial does its bit when it comes to these kind of global challenges. You may have seen Imperial College London a lot during the COVID years in terms of the race to create a vaccine, also public health and everything else that goes with it. So we are quite proud of the work that Imperial College London does in helping address global challenges. So just to, then moving on to the department, my department, I struggle a little bit with the first one. It says 6th in the world. So when I met the president, he said, Washington, you know where to go, right? I think I do. But then I've got the problem across the pond with Stanford, MIT, and so on. I've got to address that. But in the UK, we are first by a margin. And as you can imagine, we are leading in terms of research, education, and innovation. There you can see us, our very happy students. You met some of them yesterday, doctoral students. We have quite a significant body at the Master of Engineering level. So we don't offer bachelor's degrees. We offer integrated masters at 2 levels, Master of Engineering and Master of Science. And as you can see there, we have more than 220 PhD students. Those are our students in the building on the left, in a building across the road, and obviously enjoying His Majesty's countryside on the right. And so just very quickly through our research sections, the first one is structures. We deal with timber, concrete, steel, and so on, including advanced materials. If you come with us at lunchtime, you'll be able to see that structures lab, but we also offer those Master of Science courses. We obviously have been working innovatively in some of the mega infrastructures around the world, as shown in those particular pictures. We also have a geotechnical section, which is very much focused on laboratory testing. So this is what some people call soil mechanics. And you can see there as well, advanced postgraduate courses. There's a lot of renewables here. And on the top, bottom left there, you can also see our state-of-the-art laboratory, which also will be open today at lunch time. There's also a lot happening in space. As you can see, we use remote sensing for things like landslide monitoring and so on. Materials, this is our most recent section. There's a lot around decarbonization, advanced materials, and so on. We have just created this lab, and as you can see, there's low carbon, long-term durability of materials, functional and improved materials, but also the circular economy. Again, the lab will be open at lunchtime today. So fluid mechanics, this is the most spectacular one, I find, when visitors come to the building. Why? Because we simulate oceans and tsunamis and things like that. And occasionally, when people go to the lab, they tell me it reminds them of some of the best holidays they've had, beaches and so on. But there's serious work that goes on here in wave modeling, in marine renewables, coastal processes, urban fluid mechanics. They were quite crucial to me as head of department during COVID, when they were able to instrument all our rooms in the building, look at aerosol transmission by proxiating CO2 and so forth. So we were able to do social distancing and so on in a way that did not compromise our students and our staff health. So again, the laboratory will be open at lunchtime. Basically, these are the basic day-to-day basic infrastructure providers in our department. The environment and water resources engineering, they deal with food, energy, resources, processes, and so on, waste management, recycling, everything that we want to do to keep our environment clean is done within this section. They've got one of the best laboratories in the UK that will also be open at lunchtime. Move, please. And then, of course, we work with specialist centers, Center for Systems Engineering and Innovation, very relevant to what we do here. The Lloyd's Register, Center for Transport Risk Management, Transport Strategy Center. Richard Anderson was here yesterday. And obviously, you can expect us to collaborate with the rest of them in the climate sector, in security, in energy, and so on. So some staff highlights pretty quickly. The gentleman who's got the Tower of Pisa there, Professor John Barland, is a legend. And he's the gentleman who managed to stabilize the Tower of Pisa. Is an emeritus professor, professor emeritus in our department, but this slide is also showing you how diverse we are. If you go to Amsterdam, please try to find that bridge. It's the world's first full 3D printed bridge in the world. And we had something to do with this. Professor Leroy Gardner there on the right and Dr. Craig Buchanan were our investigators on the project. They asked me about that and I thought, well, when you go to Amsterdam, make sure you ask the Queen of Holland to walk across and make sure she gets to the other side. And she did. So that's a global first from the department. Next one, please. Okay, that precarious hanging rock, Anna Rode, who was our research student, was looking at it during earthquakes and trying to look at the behavior of that rock to see what we can learn from it in terms of potentially developing predictive capability for seismic activity. So looking at nature, how nature works, and to see what we can learn from there. Dr. Kier is developing weatherproof pavements, which we are testing, including at Gatwick Airport. So David Harris was here, who is her mentor, a rising star in our department. Dr. Stetler tells us that depending on the altitude at which we fly aircraft, contrail formation can be negated. And that obviously has a link with GHGs, greenhouse gases, and climate change, global warming, and so on. He's a very bright young man. We stole him from the University of Cambridge. We do that quite a bit. So Leila was looking at, this was during COVID, looking at public transport and the safety of women when using our public transport in London, coming up with some ways of actually ensuring that we can protect the safety of ladies when traveling, particularly during COVID times. And just a couple of slides really on the space lab. So the space laboratory brings together everyone at Imperial who is interested in space. And you can see there at the top, all the way from space science, space tech, Earth observation, positioning, navigation, and timing, all the way to end use, and you can see the departments and institutes underneath. At the bottom there is the Institute for Security Science and Tech, providing the security and resilience that's needed. Next one, please. And this one is Imperial's presence in space. We try to get this slide to really show the missions either by NASA, the European Space Agency, and so on, and Imperial College's role. And I mentioned yesterday that the JUICE mission that went up the other day also has an Imperial College made magnetometer on it to try to see if that Jupiter's moon has water, but also magnetic field. People think that it's probably one of the closest things to habitability that we know today on the surface. So Imperial's presence in space is captured in this slide. Next one, please. And then lastly, we have the ISST, the Institute for Security Science, and the usual link between research, innovation, and education. Next one, please. And we work in these areas. I think you can see cyber physical, information security, transport, and space. We talked about AI and the security of AI and so on. So these are areas that we work in. Next one, please. And just to finish off, the innovation ecosystem. So we do have a campus, a brand new campus in a place called White City in London. And thus we operate a triple helix kind of concept here. We bring in government, industry, and academia, but also involving the public. So what we say is in one place, get together, talk about challenges, and talk about solutions. So we are creating this innovation stream. Just next one, please. And you can see the people who are there in White City already. And there's a new initiative called Diana, which is the NATO's Defense and Innovation Accelerator, which has just been inaugurated at White City to look at dual use science, technology, and innovation from NATO's perspective, including infrastructure resilience. And the managing director for that particular facility, Professor Deep Chana, will be here tomorrow. So I wanted to show those slides yesterday. I know I've taken a little longer than that, but it gives you some kind of perspective in terms of what we do at the department, at the institute, but also within the space laboratory and how it links to resilience. So let me finish there and invite Avi, Vishnu, the president of EIS, to say a few words and to kick the day off. Avi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ocheng. This presentation helps to. Is that better? Okay, terrific. Your presentation really helps to put even stronger focus on how excited I am to be working closely with Imperial College, with you, Professor, and with your team. So thank you very much. The kind of capabilities that you showed, I think, represent such a broad example of what it's going to take to really address the issues that we saw yesterday, that it's clear we're in the right place. So thank you. And once again, Jenny, Jim Bona, Tim Gordon, Chris Beck, and of course, Levy, sort of the heart of everything that made this conference possible. Thanks so much for this. Before I begin, I wanted to say a few words. Yesterday, we focused on a wide array of extreme challenges. It's interesting that in Israel, today is Yom HaShoah. this reality is particularly relevant because we now live in a world where there are forces out there that are interested in destroying Western civilization. This makes it particularly pointed because it's not as if the most extreme events we can imagine could not happen. So it's a reality that I think we have to deal with. And this also reminds me that there's an important question that I sometimes take for granted, but I think it's important to articulate because it underlies everything we're doing here. And the question is this: do we, individually and collectively, believe that it's important to do whatever can be done to secure the continuity of humanity, of our civilization? I mean, you could answer yes or no. I'm answering yes. I think the fact that you're here suggests that you would agree. But if in fact that's important and that's worthwhile, there are some serious implications because it means we really have some work to do. And coming out of the challenges that we saw yesterday, there's an enormous amount to do. So the theme, which is actually not up there, I don't know if that can be adjusted, but the theme for today as a whole is, let's see, luckily I put it into my notes here, hope for human continuity. And the subtext, building a global collaborative foundation for hope. So if we talked about challenges yesterday, you know, it's tempting to say we're moving from challenges to hope, but I think that's not right. The point is explicitly building a foundation for hope. We have work to do. Hope by itself is kind of meaningless. It doesn't go anywhere. We need to build a foundation for it. And I think those of us here represent some of the most important stakeholders in actually creating an opportunity to deal with the extreme threats and hazards that we saw yesterday. So the Human Continuity Project, which is a focus for the theme for today, is meant to provide an opportunity to bring together in a collaborative framework research institutions, corporations, utilities, all to work together globally, internationally, to begin putting a direct focus on how do we actually prepare for and begin implementing what is going to be needed if, in fact, the answer to the question I asked is yes. What is it going to take? What kinds of equipment? What kinds of plans? And how will they vary regionally across the world? How should they be prioritized? What is the timing? What are the resources required? So we are now working together with Imperial College London, with many other stakeholders collectively on a human continuity project, which is designed to be a collaborative consortium with utility advisory members, government agency advisory members, who can work together in a coordinated, collaborative way on the most extreme hazards the world has faced. This is something that is long overdue, and I encourage everyone, if you're agreeing that the answer is yes, consider bringing your organization into this framework. Or if there's a better framework, let's find it and we'll use that. But meanwhile, this appears to be the only framework that we've been able to find, and now we're delighted to see a growing number of serious organizations joining to focus on these extreme events. So as we go through today, I have 3 specific recommendations. The first I've already made. Think about joining this effort, this collaborative activity. There's no cost involved. On the contrary, the intent is to bring together a remarkably respected global consortium that can then go engage with some of the foundations and government agencies that provide funding for societal good. The second recommendation is, as we go through the day, panel by panel, as you suggested to me yesterday, Washington, let's look for action points in each case. Let's not leave a panel just hanging in the air that considering, that was very interesting. Let's try to gather crisply, what did we learn? What can we take as an action coming out of that panel? And the third, to be a little more specific, let's include a focus on where are there policy changes that are going to be important and necessary to provide a mechanism for society as a whole to engage in helping to drive resilience to extreme hazards. So that's an introduction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure to welcome James Arbuthnot for our morning keynote.
Thanks very much, Chris. Morning, people. Washington, I have to acknowledge this is a really good university. My son came here, and on the other hand, I went to Cambridge, and you've got a lot of Nobel Prizes here. The college I went to in Cambridge, Trinity College, has more Nobel Prizes than France. So I mean, just saying. Now, the title of this speech, I'm told, is A Practical Vision for the Low Carbon Grid Evolution, the Role of Governmental Organizations in Advancing Resilient, Robust, Renewable Energy Resources. Low Carbon Grid Evolution. Actually, it's more like a revolution, because technology is changing the world very fast indeed, increasingly fast, and everywhere low carbon is the new black. Even Saudi Arabia a year ago invested $1 billion in green energy policies. But we have to remember that making electricity is the single biggest contributor to global warming. And this year, for the first time, the world will hit a turning point. We will use less fossil fuel than the year before to make electricity. Wind and solar power produce 12% of global electricity. And this year, for the first time, the growth in wind and solar power will be larger than the rise in demand for electricity. So there's an awful lot to be done, but let's recognize and celebrate good news when it comes, because most of this conference will be exceedingly gloomy. Renewables are getting comparatively cheaper year by year, and that means that there is a job for the private sector. The private sector has got to work out how it is going to invest, and it has to do that against the background of governmental structures, policies, strategies, fiscal and regulatory frameworks. Now, most of people talk about energy security in terms of the security of energy generation. But there are other things as well that are important to energy security. Energy efficiency is one of them. Energy storage is another. Both of them have an important part to play. In my view, they're the one that receives the least attention, but is the most important, is energy distribution. And as we discussed yesterday, the vulnerability of our electric grid to cyber attack or to military attack or to solar flares is a potentially existential risk. Governments are encouraging new technology for low carbon energy structures, and that's a good thing. But does it not make sense to ensure that if you're getting new structures in, new strategies in, they should be secure from day one? Namely, that you build in the security of your new structures by design, bit like cybersecurity by design, much cheaper to build in security, much cheaper to build in efficiency when you're starting building new energy structures, which we now are. But this requires, of course, thinking ahead, which governments are not noticeably very good at. A year ago, I chaired a committee on risk in the House of Lords. We looked into all sorts of different existential risks, dams breaking their bank and getting rid of large towns down the way, Yellowstone Park turning into a super volcano and ruining the world's economy, the electricity grid suffering a major cyber attack and being out of action for weeks, all that sort of stuff. And it was, we spent our time dreaming up apocalyptic scenarios and asking the government, are you ready for them? We had a whale of a time, but we produced a report entitled Preparing for Extreme Risks, Building a Resilient Society. And we made a set of findings and recommendations which are relevant to the subject for this conference of building resilient, robust, renewable energy policies. One finding we made was that the government, all governments actually probably, spend far too much time keeping things secret. They are scared of scaring the people. Now, I've told Professor Yoav Yair, for whom I have an enormous amount of time, that I simply disagree with him about panicking the people. Let's hear it for a bit of panic. That's my view. But the people tend not to get panicked, in my experience. When COVID hit, certainly the people of the United Kingdom tried to step up to the mark and tried to volunteer for making things better. And the only problem was that there were so many volunteers that we weren't able to make proper, full use of them. Israel, I was talking to Yoav earlier this morning to confess that I was going to disagree with him. Israel is under constant existential attack. I don't see the Israeli population running around in panic. It seems to me, when I've been there, to be one of the places where I feel safest in the world. Now, it's not as though we will tell our enemies things that they don't know. The secret is that Putin already knows about the vulnerability of our electricity infrastructure. And his attacks, his shocking attacks on Ukraine, show that he's well able to and intending to take advantage of those vulnerabilities. So I think we need open discussion, which achieves two things. First thing is that it means that we're better able to analyze and assess the threats that we face. And we can do that through independent challenge. And the second thing is we are better able to plan and prepare for dealing with those threats. By keeping things secret, though, governments tend to hamper both risk assessment and risk planning. Risk assessment first. Solar flares. We've talked a lot about solar flares, coronal mass ejections. The UK government treats the Carrington event as the reasonable worst case scenario. The Carrington event, 1859, Aurora Borealis seen in the Caribbean, telegraph houses bursting into flames, bad thing. But in 774, 775 AD, Japanese researchers discovered that there was a solar flare that was 10 times the size of the Carrington event. They looked at the tree rings of cedars. So is the Carrington event the reasonable worst case scenario? Answer, no, it's not. But the UK government goes further. It categorized the Carrington event as a 1 in 100 year event. Actually, completely meaningless because it could happen twice in 20 minutes. But it categorized the Carrington event as a 1 in 100 year event until they discovered that it hadn't happened for 150 years. So they recategorized it as a 1 in 200 year event. Now, if there were independent, full discussion, an independent challenge, then that sort of nonsensical approach to probability would be harder to get away with. Sally Leavesley yesterday suggested that we should have an independent energy czar in each country, which I think is a really good idea. Now, that was risk assessment, but planning for what you do in the event that risks actually materialize is difficult. You have to persuade governments to think beyond the term of the electoral cycle. How do you persuade a Chancellor of the Exchequer to spend money now on resilience for the future, perhaps on a solar flare, which may not happen for 10 or 20 years, when he knows that that same money is demanded by his population, by his constituents, to spend on schools and schools and hospitals now. So there was talk yesterday about educating politicians. Actually, politicians won't react. Why should they react? Well, I know why they should react, but they won't react unless their populations are demanding that they do. So let's educate the populations and the public in order to educate the politicians, because politicians have got to prepare for the enemy over the horizon as well as the enemy at the gate. Chris tells me I've got 5 more minutes, so that's all very interesting, but I shan't say that. What? Oh, that's okay. That's fine. Longer term thinking by governments requires consistency and predictability, because investing industries remember when sudden changes of track take place, and they act as a disincentive on investments, except in something like the USA's Inflation Reduction Act, which went down well, but investing industries like changes which benefit them, not surprisingly, I suppose. But if there are sudden imposts or taxation, then that does not go down well. One of the things that the Lord's Risk Committee heard was that working together, building communities, is an essential part of resilience. Working together across countries, across nations, across borders as well. But let's not forget that there are vulnerabilities there as well. The Russians have got one at least, and they're now building more ships like the SS Yantar, designed to dig up the cables that connect France's electricity to the United Kingdom. And the Nord Stream pipeline, as we can see, is rather vulnerable. But of course, here we have plans. They need to be exercised at all levels. Exercising is essential. It's not easy, though, to do that and to persuade governments to exercise and to take themselves out of their comfort zone. My suggestion, which is a point that I've discussed with Sally before now, is that we need independently run exercises. Because if governments run their own exercises, they will make it very easy for themselves. And if you feel happy and comfortable at the end of an exercise, you've wasted your time. I mentioned the need for independent challenge. The government in the UK has ducked this with its resilience framework. It prefers to work to mark its own homework. There's work to be done there. We must all do what we can to avoid groupthink and complacency. And that involves diversity, agility, adaptability. And the final point I'll end on is the need for making this a whole of society effort. They do this in Israel very well. They do it in Scandinavia very well. You can only do it provided you don't treat the people of your country like mushrooms, keep them in the dark and shovel shit on them. So keep things open, keep things as whole of society as you possibly can, and then you might get somewhere. Right.
Now it's my pleasure to welcome Terry Boston for his remarks.
Thank you very much. I narrowed the focus on human continuity to repowering Earth. It's not going to be easy. We are all developing countries right now. If we look at where we're going, and if we don't keep it robust, reliable, and resilient, I can tell you we will not survive, because climate change can get the worst of us if and only if we keep the power on 99.99% of the time. So I want to start out by going backwards. Back one, please. The National Academy of Engineering in the U.S., similar to the Royal Academy here, was asked, what are the most important engineering accomplishments of the last century? The grid and electrification has done more to improve the standard of living, more to improve the economic productivity of the world than any other item. And a little bit scary, 6 of the remaining 10 are powered by electricity. Soon to be EVs. And we had 7.8% of the EVs sold in January were electric. We say by 2035, it'll be 100%. So given the importance of what we're working on, we are moving our military bases to microgrids. How long will it take us to build a microgrid? Anybody got a guess? I actually know. We built one in 5 days, Washington, D.C., and more importantly, Wall Street. We were very worried after Superstorm Sandy that if the financial markets didn't open, there would be a financial crisis at hand. So it looks a little like a developing country, I might add, but the wiring was adequate and Wall Street opened. I might add, some people were entrepreneurs. This guy found a market. He found that he could convert pizzas at 99 cents a slice to charge cell phones. That had a big value that we would not have thought about when I started my career. He was able to do that by taking his bicycle and converting it to a DC generator. I figure, I'm a geek, so I figure that he could charge 3 iPhone 14s with 1 slice of pizza. However, he's not a very efficient machine. Converting the pizza to energy is only 20% efficient. He would be a 18,000 BTU per kilowatt hour generator on their system. If he was serving your home, you would need 50 of them. And more seriously, the pizza boxes would not be acceptable to the neighbors. So, Udi, power engineering is not rocket science. It is absolutely more important than that. When the power goes off, people die. We'll talk about Texas here in a minute, but if you think about the seriousness of how dependent we are on electricity, we have to think about where we are. I got a call, I'm in the control room, 1975 time period. NASA wanted 7 years without a single power outage to Marshall Space Flight Center, Huntsville, Alabama. We had just had 24 tornadoes touch down the year before. And I said, we can't do that, but we can show you how to build a microgrid that will stand up to that. No outages for 7 years. 45 years later, 15 billion miles from Earth, we're still talking to Voyager. They will run out of plutonium fuel in 2 years, but we actually fired a rocket a little bit ago. Tornadoes. This has been a strange year in the U.S. We have had 500 tornadoes already this year through March. 500 is twice the average. So if you look at the wind that we have, so we're not talking about a situation where the weather is going to be kind to the electric grid. Ice storms getting much worse. I'll talk about Texas, but if you look, I actually took the picture on the left. That was my first ice storm, 1983. I turned to James Money and I said, have you ever climbed a tower that bad before? Picture's worth 1,000 words. That tower was iced over top to bottom. He said, yep, 20 years ago, and I didn't like it then either. And he got his belt on, climbed that tower, and we restored power that night. So much worse in terms of weather conditions. This is Texas. The gray is the gas-fired plants. People thought, well, that was the wind that was icing over, et cetera. And the wind did, the light blue there, the wind did fail to operate as well as we had planned, but clearly this was a gas event. The gas wellheads froze over. The gas pipelines running to the drying plants before you remove the water failed over, and we had serious problems. Over 200 deaths, mostly from carbon monoxide poisoning and exposure to coal. And more seriously, we did not learn from the event that happened 10 years before. Same kind of polar vortex hit Texas 10 years before. And it was a $90 billion week. You were asking me about what was the cost of the August 14, 2003 blackout, and a picture is worth 1,000 words. You can see what they were facing in Texas, but we lost nuclear plants, we lost coal plants, and it was a $90 billion 5-day period. Normally it would be something like $4 billion electric operation in that week. It was $50 billion that week. They're still trying to sort out $16 billion worth of who paid what to whom during that 1 week of the ice storm. We've talked a lot about black sky events. We've gotten pretty good at the weather events. I thought I'd seen it all until the derecho came through, but I want to focus a little bit on kind of the bottom three that are beyond our cause. The scariest one to me is the EMP. Yes, Putin knows how. Yes, North Korea smuggled a missile through the Panama Canal on a barge under ice to the East Coast of the U.S. Yes, you don't have to recover. You don't have to, in essence, survive reentry to do an EMP event, and you don't have to be accurate. It could be over St. Louis or it could be over Cincinnati and do tremendous amount of damage. Obviously, Taiwan is very nervous about what could happen in such an event. This is the most scary thing to me in that we have so much electronics compared to anywhere else in the world. I'm guessing now, but there's probably close to 3 million electronic relays on the power system, and we can run the system without communication. We cannot run the system without protection of relays. So cyber, I see it different than others. The Internet of Threats, as Jim mentioned earlier, this is what I see the Internet looking like. We have 4,000 to 5,000. My last year at PJM, we had 4,000 to 5,000 attempts to break in. Here's the substations we need to protect. Anybody see the problem there? It's a fairly serious problem. I think there's 43,000 of them. And I have had a bomb in one. So I know what to do if you get someone, the substation operator called me and says, "There's a bomb in the substation." I said, "Where are you?" He said, "I'm in the switch house." I said, "Get the hell out of the switch house." Get to the road, get on the radio, call me in the emergency center, and we got the Army to come and defuse the bomb. How fast can we electrify transportation? And in the U.S., I don't know about the rest of the world, nor about not, but in the U.S., transportation is much more carbon producing than electricity now. Now, to the left, they had a carbon problem. Not all is milk that comes from the cow. They had 100 tons of horse manure in New York City each year that they had to haul out of the city. But we converted very quickly because of the efficiency of Henry Ford made the Model T affordable, and we converted very quickly. We can convert the manufacturing, in my opinion, faster than we can the grid to handle the kind of load growth that Jim talked about. NERC said we'd have 7 to 10% growth. That's what we had in the 1960s. That's going to be a challenge. And that doesn't include the electrification of everything. The electrification of polychemical business, the electrification of steel production. I've had 2 electric vehicles. They're a thrill to drive, and I will say we will get there, but we've got to plan for it and design the grid for it. Back please, too far. This is a report. It's you can go online and get it, National Academy of Engineering report, and this is a spaghetti dry, and we were to talk about the interoperability of everything. And the only thing that's missing on this, and I tried to get it in when we wrote the report, is the food source. How do we move refrigeration and food to the people if you lose the power grid for days, weeks, or months? And as you can see, everything is very efficient and very interoperable. With that, a failure along any path can cause you to have a human continuity problem. Electricity is a lifeline, not just a bottom line. And if we want to be successful, and by the way, David talked about changing tracks. This is 500 kV hotline work. We keep the trains running when we maintain those 500 kV systems. And yes, that's a 24-inch arc from a 500,000 kV, 500,000 volt line that we're repairing hot. But part of human continuity is to maintain that grid. And the slide will not advance. So with that, let me turn it over to Chris. And I wanted to show a few pictures because a picture is worth 1,000 words, bits or bytes.
Thank you, Terry.
Terry.
Can you bring up the event video?
So the second to last slide, I think, is that Terry showed this, the spaghetti diagram, I think he called it, as a perfect introduction to our next, our first panel of the day, the new civilization scale interdependency problem.
This is Congresswoman Yvette.
Who couldn't be here today. If I guess we'll go ahead and play her remarks, and then when those are finished, I invite the panel chair Lawrence Marzell, Ornella Nicolacci, and Samer Bagain, and Andy Ott, who was going to be on this panel. His flight was a little bit delayed, so obviously going to pinch hit for him. So we'll listen to Ms. Clark's remarks and then begin the panel. Thank you.
Okay, we need to connect the online guys.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome. I'm Congresswoman Yvette D. Clark, and I'm proud to be one of the U.S. congressional co-chairs for the Resilient Renewable Planet Conference, along with my House colleague, Representative Doug Lamborn, whom you will hear from this afternoon. I have been the congressional co-chair of the EIS summits, of which the R2P is the latest post-COVID iteration, since the inaugural summit at the House of Commons here in London back in 2010. My focus on infrastructure resilience is informed in large part by my living in and representing New York's 9th Congressional District in Brooklyn, New York. My home borough of Brooklyn and New York City writ large is a marvel of infrastructure that supports over 13 million people. I find it fascinating, yet also sometimes unnerving to behold and to contemplate. Beyond my personal experience of living in and representing Central and South Brooklyn, I also serve on two important committees in the House of Representatives that also very directly impact and inform my views: the Energy and Commerce Committee and the Committee on Homeland Security. Through this work, I have come to appreciate the incredible advantages that our ever-growing and evolving web of infrastructure produces for our society, our economy, our health, safety, and security. And while I fully appreciate our modern-day advances, I remain concerned, however, that the integrity and resilience of our interconnected infrastructure is not at the level that any of us should be comfortable with, and that we together must jointly identify and address the various gaps in our security and resilience. For example, one obvious interdependency that New Yorkers understand implicitly is the energy-water nexus. In urban centers where homes and businesses are vertical, electricity is a necessity, among other things, to pump water to the upper floors of our buildings. Failure of electric power can cause a lot more than inconvenience, as waterborne diseases can spread rapidly if sewer transport and treatment fails in a city center. Cyber attacks can target electric grids and water systems directly or drive cascading failures. Our ever-increasing computerization of infrastructure and the Internet of Things increases the attack surface that malign actors can try to exploit, and they certainly do. It is incumbent upon all of us to remain vigilant and guard against any tendencies to drift towards complacency. Our sophisticated infrastructures and the impressive feats and incredible convenience they provide must not be taken for granted. The cost of lowering our vigilance could be a large-scale power outage, water outage, communication, and transportation catastrophe. As the immediate past chair of the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Protection Subcommittee, I feel compelled to do my part and all that I can do as an elected official to promote policies and regulations that continue to build our security and resilience posture domestically and by extension globally. In the past, I've been fortunate to have obtained bipartisan support for laws and legislation that give substance to our efforts to gain ground on our cyber posture. Laws like the State and Local Cybersecurity Improvement Act. This legislation delivers critical resources necessary to protect government networks from cyber attacks on the state and local levels. It establishes a $500 million DHS grant program with a graduating cost share that incentivizes states to increase funding for cybersecurity in their budgets. It requires the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, also known as CISA, to develop a strategy to improve the cybersecurity state, local, tribal, and territorial governments to, among other things, identify federal resources that could be made available to state and local governments for cybersecurity purposes and set baseline objectives for state and local cybersecurity efforts. It also requires that state, tribal, and territorial governments develop comprehensive cybersecurity plans to guide the use of grant dollars and more, like the cybersecurity program. Cyber Sentry program. The Cyber Sentry program is a critical step from CISA towards ensuring our industrial control systems are better protected from cyber attacks. This voluntary program deploys sensors across critical infrastructure partners, information technology, and operational technology networks, allowing CISA to detect vulnerabilities and identify malicious activity. Additionally, by deploying Cyber Sentry across multiple critical infrastructure sectors, this program allows CISA to gain greater visibility into critical infrastructure networks to develop analytic insights and network vulnerabilities and strengthen CISA's ability to better defend against cyber incidents. I'm so optimistic about the security benefits that this program can yield that I've included language in last year's National Defense Authorization Act to formally authorize Cyber Sentry. The core ideas embodied in these actions were, in several instances, born out of discussions held at previous EIS summits, and I'm certain that there will be useful and exciting new thinking coming out of the R2P. So I encourage all of you to take advantage of this moment. Stay in contact with EIS, Imperial College, and the wonderful array of minds and life experiences that all have come together to wrestle with the immense challenge of this new and emerging global civilization scale interdependency issue. Thank you so much for having me. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Good morning. So, Nihi, how are we doing for time? Because we're overshooting a little bit.
So good.
Not so good.
It's all right. We're going to cut into the break a little bit. We'll make it up.
Okay, because I haven't had my coffee yet, so I don't mind like going for a break first. But no, anyway. So good morning, everybody, and Lawrence Marzell from Serco. What am I doing in Serco? Well, I'm leading a huge EU Horizon 2020 Green Deal project, which has 6 living labs across Europe. And it's about sustainability and how do neighborhoods become more sustainable. And by definition, certainly from my perspective, if they become more sustainable, especially in energy terms, with neighborhood, district level heating, cooling, energy systems, by definition, they are more resilient. So that's just something to leave with you and to think about. But I have a fantastic panel, which I'll leave to introduce a couple of minutes for them to tell you about themselves. But Ornella Nicolacci from the Clean Energy Buyers Association based in Washington, and Summer Bagin from Arcadis, And Andy Ott from Tapestry couldn't join us, delayed, I think, but Avi is going to busk it, I think. So we have a civilization scale black sky event, and from that, event, which affects major nations, what sectors, what independencies are going to be affected? Well, yesterday was a fascinating session, and I think it's safe to say that pretty much all sectors that society relies on to keep us wealthy, fed, watching Netflix and all that stuff are going to be affected. So I think probably what we'll focus on is something slightly different, because we know it's all going to be affected. And what I'd like to do is use that title as a way of then asking our panelists about some maybe slightly different versions of that. One from a corporate perspective, Ornella, and from a human perspective, Sama, and Avi, I think you're going to busk it. So we'll leave you to do what you want. But just 2 minutes each, if you could say hello and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Lawrence. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Ornella Nicolacci, and like Lawrence said, I'm with the Clean Energy Buyers Association, CEBA in short. In CEBA, we represent some of the largest buyers of clean energy. As you may know, the market has completely changed. In the US alone, since 2014, corporate buyers have added over 64 gigawatts of clean energy to the US grid. So it has made a huge difference to the energy sector. In CEBA, we leverage that market power that corporates have to try to bring change and accelerate the energy transition. Me personally, I lead an initiative that's called Beyond the Megawatt, and we focus on 3 work streams that go just beyond the electrons, and it's environmental sustainability, resilience, and social equity. So, this pillar of work is basically, mainly focused on resilience, and the things that we're looking at are, resilience of the grid, resilience of the supply chain, and community resilience, and trying to understand what is the role that the private sector can play to enhance all of those and to form partnerships with all the actors that are intrinsic to increasing resilience. That's it for me now.
Okay. Brilliant. Thank you. Right. Good morning again, everybody. I think it says councilman on that slide, but yes, it is Arcadis. It's the councilman's an interesting one, and the topic of human resilience is also interesting because it is personal. And I say that because when your own government doesn't make your election chances stack up, you really have to be resilient. So apologies if I leave early today because I do have to go leaflet because we have election in 2 weeks that we must win in spite of our government. But there you go. That's the message for today. I wanted to build on a few things, I think, and James touched on earlier this morning, and kind of go through the infrastructure piece, but then go through the organizational, and then kind of talk about the human, and kind of bear with me because I think there's a story there that is very much relevant to this conversation. This morning on the train, something popped up on Twitter, and it's about the state of the railways in the UK. And it seems that the organization which runs our railways, Network Rail, and if you use the trains in this country, you'll get to know Network Rail. They are about to experience a huge shortfall in funding for maintenance, and that funding has multiple implications, particularly for the resilience, but also I think related to the conversations we had yesterday on bridges, because it's investment in infrastructure, which is absolutely critical for people to move around the country, and that's one of those threads that ties this together. Our railways are about to experience what we call managed decline, which is that they will not operate, maintain, or renew the network, which is again very critical, particularly when we talk about infrastructure resilience. Which then led me to think about the 4 things which I wanted to talk to you about anyway. and I call them, our ability to be defensive, to stop bad things happen. And we've been talking a lot about this idea of a defensive wall, whether it's, physical or whether it exists in a digital world. The idea of being progressive is that we should make good things happen. So we should also actually think positive and make these good things happen, but also be consistent in terms of maintaining whether it's our current practice or levels of investment, but also, and I think this idea of independent challenge, which James touched on, which is that we should develop new or improved practice. So we should always improve our practice, particularly with respect to resilience, because it's very much a moving feat, which then kind of in one way leads me to this idea of thinking about organizations and people. We talked about social resilience yesterday. We talked about city resilience, urban resilience, but the organizations themselves, I think their resilience, back to the network rail argument, investment in rails, if the organization is not resilient, the infrastructure will not be resilient. And that has another side to it, which is this idea of the intangibles. And Avi this morning asked me, what do you mean by intangibles? And I think with that, I mean, it's the culture and the behaviors and the leadership within these organizations. And I think it's worth reflecting on these at some point. And sort of as a final point, I think that then takes me to the point, I think Juliet made that yesterday, which is this campaign, Stop Calling Me Resilient, which is interesting because the background to that is that we're not really born to be resilient. When we think about humans, we're not. I talked yesterday about resilience as a vocation, and I think if our job is to fix things, then by fixing things we remove the need for people to be resilient. But that doesn't necessarily mean that people shouldn't be resilient, because they should. And I think there's probably aspects there that we can unpack today. Thank you.
And Avi, don't really need to introduce you, but.
For those of you who are confused,
That's it.
okay. Well, probably not many of you are confused about me being the former CEO of PGM anyway, so that's enough. I did have an opportunity to meet Arnella and Summer this morning, and was already educated by both of them in terms of resilience of Latin America. Thank you, Arnella. And the idea of intangibles, I have to say, is powerful and important, and I think not sufficiently understood.
Thank you. Just going back to the subject matter, the heading of the panel, which has disappeared, but anyway. I think it's a really interesting thing, Ornella's project about corporates and going beyond megawatt and so on, and Sama's reflection on people and humans. I'm just wondering, I want to try and maybe pose a question or two to people in the audience around the role of corporates in both renewables, but also in community sustainability. Now, in my project in Pro Bono, we're looking at developing renewable energy communities as part of a wider green building neighborhood. And for example, I'm building a renewable energy community in Brussels, in a commune in Brussels, which is very residential, but it also has quite a large number of corporate organizations. My organization, Serco, for example, being one, AIG, Global Insurers being another, and also some public sector organizations from the European Commission, DG Environment. Now, a renewable energy community, by definition, makes whoever it's serving, whoever it's benefiting, more resilient, because they're both a producer and a consumer of the energy. And legislation, both across the EU, specifically in Brussels, allows an individual person to sell their electricity to their neighbor. So if you scale that up to a corporate level, you can't have a renewable energy community or microgrid or whatever we want to call it, it's the same thing, without the collaboration and the communication and the connectivity between any of those organizations within that neighborhood, whether they're public sector, private sector, citizens, resident. I mean, to be honest, it's irrelevant what they are. They all have the same energy security, energy cost, and reduction in climate gases as an outcome. So I'm just wondering what the role is, and I want to throw this out to the audience now, and then maybe pick up some questions from people here on the panel. Is there a moral, ethical, commercial sort of requirement or sort of thought that corporates or organizations, whether public sector or private sector, in putting in place their own energy resilience, whether it's PV panels, biomass, a modular nuclear reactor in the basement of the building, whatever it might be, is there a moral obligation or even a commercial or economic one for those organizations to then think about the community, think about the citizens, think about those who are residing outside of their immediate campus, for example, to bring in and be part of it, which may include procurement elements, how do you buy, how do you sell it, and so on. So I want to see what people have to say about that, and whether that then sort of removes the interdependency and the risks that are faced by relying on national infrastructure by making it local and neighborhood. And is there an obligation on people, organizations to think that way? Does anybody, I'm going to pick on some people. Paul.
Thank you. The thought that's going through my mind is about intergenerational ethics. The Welsh government's had this really interesting idea of appointing a commissioner for future generations. And the thought that's going through my mind is when it comes to resilience and being able to avoid crises and cope better with the crises you can't avoid, there's a danger of just thinking about us here now, which is a sensible thing to do, but it is sort of a slightly selfish thing to do if that's all you do. I think if we were more mindful of children and our children's children, and we're thinking a little bit more about the longer term, then it becomes sort of ethically, I think, unarguable that we shouldn't be concerned about this, and that means being resilient. That means trying to avoid some of these terrible things that we've been talking about, and in particular doing what we can to stop killing the planet. Okay, I would perhaps advocate thinking a bit more about our children and their children.
So, and I'm going to, Ornella, I'm going to ask you now because I think it's your territory. I mean, that to me, that implies that actually, corporates, and I come from a large corporate perspective. We have corporate and social responsibility, we have ESG, we have social value, we have all this stuff, but ultimately the bottom line is it going to cost us any money? So do we, when we're thinking about our strategic procurement, or we're thinking about buying renewables or clubbing together as a club, do we have a social value, corporate social responsibility to then think about, actually, if we're putting in this power generation for our own sort of criteria, should we think about how we actually embrace the neighborhood and the community?
This is a really interesting question, and I'm not technically allowed to speak on their moral obligations, but everything that businesses are doing through their clean energy procurement is voluntary. So that does say that they feel they have some sort of obligation or desire to support their communities. Since 2014, when direct procurement really started to take off, all the businesses that we work with realized that there is a lot more that they can do. And they encounter challenges. It has not been easy, particularly on the resilience front. There's a lot of questions, uncertainty about how to do things and what the exact outcomes that we can all achieve together are. The biggest area, I believe, for potential that our partners are exploring deeply is community resilience. So, as Lawrence was discussing before, resilience hubs are a tremendous opportunity for businesses to give back to the communities. And this can take many forms, and it's still being explored. What does it really look like? What are the main services that need to be offered? How does it work in practice? But if you think about a retailer or a grocery store, you can be a real lifeline for the community surrounding your businesses and your facilities. So by investing in on-site power, clean power that is off the grid, can connect or disconnect and can even share back to other microgrids when the ability to go to take electricity from electric vehicles to facilities is further enhanced. There is a ton of potential there, and companies are realizing also that they have a bigger role in society than just being a company producing goods or delivering services. The communities around them depend on them, for jobs and many other things. And so if their staff are stuck at home tending to family whose health potentially relies on having electricity, or who can't charge their electric vehicles, they can't get to work, doesn't matter what kind of operational plans they have in place for resilience, their business continuity itself is at risk. And so there is a really big interdependency, and it's a little ecosystem of its own. And the private sector knows it, and they're really working hard to figure things out. Chris is part of our working group, and we just meet monthly to talk about these questions and what the opportunities are and what everyone's role is. No one can solve it alone. It really takes partnership. If I'll take this as an opportunity for a call to action. If there are utilities in the room, which I believe they are, the private sector is really looking for an opportunity to partner, to look further into the opportunities. So please, if you're open, come to me.
I'll come on to the human element to that in a minute, Sama. But we do have a bunch of policymakers and legislators here in the room. So I'm going to pick on a couple of you, maybe. James, for example. What?
You've heard enough from me.
No. But this is quite important. Is there an argument in policy terms or tax terms to give incentives, benefits, advantages, whatever, that if a corporate was doing something for their own sustainable program, and they then embraced sort of, okay, how do we then provide benefit and to the community, reducing energy poverty, things like that. Is there a benefit? Is there a moral duty on government to then put tax incentives in or write a policy that they should encourage that, make the tax system one that actually encourages not just the sustainability, but also the inclusivity of the community, and maybe from a US perspective as well. I mean, what are your thoughts?
Yes, there is, but this notion of politicians acting on the basis of morals is just,
we're not deviating into that bit. We know that there are, but picking up on Paul's point about the generational point, and I spoke yesterday about politicians and legislators being maybe educated. We used to educate them in resilience. Maybe they need to be educated in how the world works. So it's not just voting terms, but if they were to think about the good of a generational society and put in place tax and policy incentives, so that so that when corporates did something that benefited the community, it was advantageous in lots of terms, that would be great. Gary, and pick up on Gary first.
Yeah, if I might present a slightly contrarian view here, we're really good at congratulating ourselves for moving to renewables and doing this intergenerational equity thing and helping the community. We need to think that when we shut down fossil fuels and nuclear plants, we're shutting down, at least in the United States, U.S. jobs. We're transferring them to China, where 75% of these modules are made, and the other 10% of the modules 75% of the modules are made in China. The other 10%, next 10% are Vietnam and Malaysia, which are really Chinese cross ships. Is that really a good community equitable thing to do? Who paid for the development of all the solar technology? The United States taxpayer. Then we just transferred all those jobs over there. And Will China need to use an EMP on the United States? No, not if we're transferring essentially the production of our entire generating capacity over there. This is something we've got to be honest about and just stop patting ourselves on the back for killing our own industries and handing them to an aggressor state. It's a real issue. I worked in the last administration to produce tariffs on Chinese solar imports, and they weren't enough, and the industry fought back to try to stop that and increase the dependence of our country on this issue. So it's something we've got to be realistic about.
And speaker here, Lee.
Yeah, let me be contrarian on that point that was made. The Boston family home has 10 kW of solar on the roof. It has a EMP hardened inverter in the wine cellar and battery storage. So the Boston family, because of Mr. Abi's impression of what we look for, and it was driven by tax credits that were in 2019. So there is a position that allows us to move in a greener, cleaner, more resilient way through tax law.
But it's not very widely known, and it's not very widely used, and it's not corporate policy to really scale up.
Right, so not to agree or disagree with the prior points, but just to go to the question that you asked. In the United States, agencies act on authorities. They don't act on ideals, necessarily act on ideals. It's nice when the two align, but they don't always align. And so it's illegal for an agency, even if it has an ideal, even if it feels it's a moral imperative, it's illegal for the agency to act outside of its authority. So that goes to the politicians. So if the politicians pass laws that direct the agencies to take action, then the agencies can take action. If the agencies already have authorities, and I'll speak a little later on about the authorities that FERC has and the sort of the creative ways it exercises its authorities to address these issues, we can. But I think an important point that was made yesterday that struck me, I think it was Tony and Nasser that both made the point that, you know, it has to be the people that then drive the politicians. I've seen politicians act on ideals also, and then I've seen them lose the next election. Because if it's not something that comes from the people, but it comes from the politician, it also, although it's not illegal for them to act, it certainly will mean their demise. So I think that what has to happen has to be the ground up. So the people have to get the message. They have to, I think it goes back to James's point, which was an excellent point. By educating the people, you don't panic the people, you educate the people. If they feel it's a risk and the government authorities then agree that it's a risk and don't circle the wagons, if the industry agrees it's a risk, I think it builds that groundswell where if the politicians need to actually pass the proper laws, and they can direct the agencies then to take action. So for us on the government side, it's important. I think for your point about industry side, I think it's the same circumstance. An industry has to be profitable. It may have ideals, but if it's not profitable, sooner or later, the heads of those industry positions, they'll be sued or they'll lose their positions. So again, you know, it has to be driven from the people.
Thank you. And that's a really interesting point. How are we doing time? 10 minutes. That's a really important point about the people. And before I come on to you, Sama, I was going to raise this point yesterday, and we have a question up there as well.
Yes, let's talk about the people. If somebody wants to ask a question, raise your hands.
Yeah, we've got one up here.
Very
Chairman,
high.
on the right.
Okay.
But we'll come on that in a minute. Practitioners, you know, police, fire and rescue, local authorities, when they're at an incident, they instinctively do the right thing. They're trained to cooperate, to be interoperable. They just want to put out the chemical incident, fire, make sure that the victims are sorted out. As soon as, and we have great collaboration, and I've been involved in UK, US, European collaboration at a governmental, academic, public sector, private sector level, and collaborating, doing the right thing, outcome-based is all very good. When it comes to be operational, as soon as you go up the command chain, and you move from the coalface up the command chain, risk governance becomes a limiting factor. And that's where people, organizations don't act outside of their areas of responsibility for liability reasons, for risk reasons, for all sorts of reasons. So that's the people element. And, you know, we talk about education and really it's just a question of, at the very lowest level, people want to do the right thing. At the highest level, strategically, we want to do the right thing. It's that bureaucracy in the middle that causes a problem. So I just want to, you know, throw that to the gentleman over there who has a question, and then back to Sama from a people perspective and get some.
Yeah, this is a particularly relevant issue for me from a couple of perspectives. First of all, I live in Northern Virginia, where 70% of the internet traffic of the world flows through the data centers there. And as Ornella knows, there's a tremendous amount of awareness in local residents of you know, what a impact that this has in terms of land use, the demand on electric capacity. I know Matt is very familiar with the challenge there of just providing the transmission and substation capacity. And my organization, as I mentioned yesterday, is really focused on trying to raise awareness among power consumers as to the importance of particularly EMP and CME protection. And one of the things that we find is that it's, you know, the issue is so little known. And so often we're greeted with the perception that, oh, you guys are wearing tinfoil hats. Oh, you guys are paranoid. And yet I know that, you know, having heard Matt talk about the things that Dominion is doing along those lines, and knowing that the data center industry in our community is tremendously controversial at the moment. And I also know that they've done a tremendous amount to protect themselves against EMP and CME, although they don't talk about it. There's also issues of water use, and you know, there are you know, approaches to recapture, you know, the evaporative cooling that happens. So I think what I would offer, and even perhaps as a case study, is that the data center management and the electric utility representatives kind of come out of the closet and say to the community, we offer, you know, a level of protection not only for our business, and of course, you know, I'm a believer that businesses, you know, and legislators are probably not going to operate on the basis of morals, but that as a practical matter, these things are done because, you know, very sound engineering and scientific awareness is causing this investment, and that there is potential benefit for the communities in which those investments are being made. So I would just appeal to you know, the Energy Buyers Association, the data centers, the utilities to stand up besides us and say, you know, this is a real issue, and we really ought to make an investment not only in our data centers, but in, you know, in all of the new energy assets that are being built. And it would be a tremendous help to those of us who are trying to raise awareness of this issues and not feel like pariahs, or like, you know, we're sort of a laughing stock in the community as people who are, you know, just sort of conspiracy theorists. So I'd leave it at that.
Thank you. We've got 5 minutes, so Sama and if we can hear your view.
No, and I'll be quick, and thank you for all of the comments. I think on areas of responsibilities, Lawrence, we talked yesterday about interdependencies, and Washington showed the slide of the SDGs with interdependencies. There's an equally good one in the Global Risks Report from the World Economic Forum this year, which shows the interdependencies, I think, clearly. So my problem with areas of responsibilities is that how do you then work through these, acknowledging the interdependencies that exist? And I don't think we've cracked that one yet. On the social side, you know, I get that there are set rules for emergency response, set here in the Civil Contingencies Act, for example. But there is a complementary role for communities, I think, because they complement the emergency and the first responders. But they do that in the short term, but they also do that in the long term. And I think that then raises for me issues about scope, measurement, and value, because they would be different at different times when you're dealing with a crisis. And I'll put down 4 words, and I think probably 3 of them are relevant. One is if we are to think what a framework could look like, and I know James said, the UK whole of society framework kind of fudged a couple of things on who marks the homework, and I think I'll start with that because that's the oversight. So who has oversight of the system? We've got foresight, which is good. I mean, you said you meet in the Lords and you kind of look at events. So there are organizations which look at foresight, and some of them are in this room today, which then leaves the insight and the hindsight. And I think that's where communities could work very well with academia, whether it's Imperial or any other program. But I think there is that complementary ecosystem within which everybody sits, which is probably still missing, which is why here, I think people are now talking about the need for a Resilience Act. Because obviously we've got ISO, one thing and another we've got an ISO on urban resilience. We've got the ISO we heard from Liz yesterday on infrastructure resilience coming through. We've got the British standards measurements on city resilience, BS 65, 000 and 67. But they don't mean anything to the people on the ground. So probably there is something else that's missing, but I can't tell you what that is at the moment. Maybe Avi can.
So it seems absolutely clear to me that the human factors here are vital and need to be accounted for. Clearly, when we talk about resilience in the world that exists today, we're talking about resilience that has to successfully deal with the evolution toward distributed energy renewables and the importance that companies now see in pushing in that direction, as you pointed out, Arnella. I've been trying to think about how to bring all of this together in an interdependency context. And I would suggest the following. First of all, when we talk about sector interdependencies, I think, as you pointed out, Lawrence, at the beginning, we all now at this point have a good recognition that all sectors at this point are interdependent with each other. But I think what is not as well understood is this is also true internationally, and not simply in the context of supply chains, but we've talked about extreme events. If an extreme event happens and substantially disrupts any major country in the world, the impacts will be felt in a way which cannot be exaggerated worldwide. And I think the finance sector has not received a lot of discussion here today. I would recommend adding it to the spaghetti chart that you showed from the National Academy of Sciences. The finance sector represents what I would consider a tipping point. That is to say, if there is severe infrastructure disruption, which reaches the level at which the international finance sector no longer can deal with its very, very precise timing, the layers of fintech that power the economies of the world stop operating, then a serious disruption in any major country immediately becomes a global disaster and a risk to human civilization. So given all of that, I would recommend the following 2 action points. I'm trying to follow your suggestion, Washington, panel by panel. What are the action points? I think there's an engine here. As we look at corporate interests in resilience, for a corporation to be interested in resilience, corporations are made up of people. People are moral actors. That's who they are. And most people and most corporations would like to do good things, but they have another critical factor, which is in a corporate context, they have to contribute to making money. Making money is a good thing, and we tend to pretend that it's not, but it's good because that's how society measures value. So we need to join those together. I would say, first of all of our resilience actions, resilience tools, whatever we come up with, we need to strive to make sure they are embedded in their design is the capability for them to enhance profit for corporations that use them. And part of making that happen is government policy. And I think as we look at what we'd like to recommend in terms of resilience tools and capabilities, and as we look specifically at policy recommendations we can offer to governments, we should look for policy recommendations that can help ensure that resilience against extreme hazards can be profitable. Sometimes that will require legislative action, sometimes that will require regulatory policy changes.
Avi, thank you. We're being hurried up. So to sum up, unfortunately, we can't carry on. I think there's a call to action, which is it's coffee time.
No coffee
Oh,
time.
sorry. Oh,
No coffee for you.
not yet.
But
Not yet.
we have one more
Apologies.
panel.
So we're done. Fascinating. Could have carried on. So let's kill it now.
One more panel for coffee. Human Continuity Project panel. Welcome them, chaired by Alan Mendoza, with Lord Toby Harris, Paul Williams, and Dr. Esty Peshin.
We're gonna break at 11. Anyone need some energy? Get up, move? No? You look a bit tired. Amichai? Okay, Esty, the floor is yours. Yes, it is.
Alan's the chair.
Right, we're just waiting. Toby's just coming down. Let's just wait for Toby.
I'm sorry.
Right, so despite Lawrence's attempt to get us out early for coffee, you're stuck for another panel before we do that. But we will be snappy, we'll be exciting. We will try and resolve all the problems of human continuity in one session. Of course, we'll look for your input as well as part of this. And hopefully also those watching from home or their offices or wherever they might be will also decide to contribute. But we are looking at essentially building a global collaborative foundation. I hope that's our sort of overall title, but because that doesn't mean necessarily as much, what we're looking to do, I think, is examine the risk frameworks for how we explore human continuity in the event of disasters. I think what we'll do is look at that in terms of how we actually frame the risk assessments ourselves. Is there a problem with that? And I'll come to each of our panelists and look at that. We'll look at prioritizations, because there does tend to be a tendency to try and avoid the big picture issues or things that might be deemed to be too difficult and just solve the little things on the side. And is that the right approach necessarily? And finally, because we've got three very interesting panelists from three very different sectors, it'll be interesting to hear best practice from their ideas, and if there are specifics they want to bring in to bear, which can help in the case of disasters. And obviously all of you being experts can contribute your thoughts on that. But let me quickly introduce our panelists, at least from the title perspective, and we'll just get them to say a little bit about their experience, just so you can understand how they work in. To my right is Paul Williams, who's the Managing Director, Felix Resilience Limited, but he's also formerly the Bank of England. So that's already an interesting span of sort of disaster areas that you can potentially speak about. And we've also got Dr. Esti Peshin, who's head of cyber division at Israel Aerospace Industries, obviously in Israel, and Lord Toby Harris, who is a member of the House of Lords, but he's also the chair of the National Preparedness Commission in the UK. So I'm hoping, Toby, that you've got the answers to what we would do, at least here in this country, should there be crises. But let's start with you, Paul, I think. And if you just want to firstly just introduce yourself, and then we'll have a quick chat and then move on that way.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. Good morning, everyone. So formerly of the Bank of England. Prior to that, I spent 25 years building and running global technology infrastructure organizations in financial services. There's many things that you learn in 25 years of doing that, but two that are particularly relevant to the context of this conference are if you use technology as a proxy for infrastructure, present company excluded, obviously, people care about infrastructure under only two circumstances generally. It's broken, or you want them to spend money on it. And those two things are normally correlated, at least. And secondly, if it can go wrong, it will go wrong. So taking that experience to the Bank of England, I then became the chief architect, amongst other things, of a regulatory intervention for financial services that required financial services firms in the UK to think about their operational resilience as opposed to just their financial resilience. And that endeavour has been very warmly received, actually, and I think there's a number of lessons we can learn from that, which we'll explore during the panel today, and indeed has led to adoption of very similar standards at a G20 level. So the endeavour is somewhat shared at G20 level internationally.
Okay, great. Esti, do you want to introduce yourself? And if you and Toby share that one, Paul and I will share that.
So hi, everyone. Great to be here again today. My name is Esti Peshin. I'm the general manager of the cyber division of Israel Aerospace Industries, IAI. Israel Aerospace Industries is one of the largest defense contractors in Israel. So we focus mostly on providing national level customers with cybersecurity solutions, mostly ecosystem related solutions, because we believe that the ability to prevent a major cyber event resides in the ability to be able to practice ecosystem cyber resilience. I spoke about it a little bit yesterday, and I trust we will be speaking about it more today.
Thank you, Toby.
Thank you. Well, I'm Toby Harris. I'm a member of the House of Lords, but in addition, I chair the National Preparedness Commission. This is an independent of government organisation. We actually had our first meeting in November 2020, but the concept was conceived before COVID struck, and of course the consequences of COVID, where within the space of 3 or 4 weeks, all of the norms of society, the way we operated, deserted city centres, mask wearing, social distancing and so on, became the case virtually everywhere in the world. And that brought home to people how fragile some of our societal structures are. And the idea was to bring together a commission of leading figures. There are 48 commissioners, at least 2 of them are in the room, James and Paul. The commissioners, if you like, represent the whole of society approach, in that there are leading figures from public life, from academia, from industry and business, and from civil society. And what we are doing is following a program of bringing out policy reports, talking to civil servants within government, to subject matter experts, with a view to raising the game of society as a whole in terms of resilience and preparedness. And I think we're conscious that you can spend, and you should spend, a lot of time, energy and resources in trying to prevent bad things happening. But you also have to spend a similar amount of time thinking about what happens if the bad thing still happens, either because your defences have not proved adequate, or because it's something rather different from what you have chosen to defend yourself against. And if you break that down, you often find that there are simple or straightforward things that should be being taken anyway, that should be there and should be in place, irrespective of the cause of the event that you're dealing with. If I'll give you a very small example, which was big at the time, but during the start of the COVID pandemic, our government took the view that they needed to be able to, first of all, identify and then provide support services to vulnerable people living on their own. Now, erroneously, they tried to set up a new system to do this rather than working on some of the ones which existed already. But that's not the point. The point is that you need such a mechanism for identifying vulnerable people, whether it's a pandemic, whether it's a major power cut, or whether it's a flood, or whatever else it is. It's cause neutral. And the contention that we have is that the more you can do to ensure that every level of government, every organisation from the largest to the smallest, every community, even every household and every individual are prepared and resilient in the way in which they operate, then you create a sort of herd immunity for society against any of the various major threats that we may face. But I'll stop there.
Right, well, that's actually a good place to stop, because it leads nicely into the next bit, which is, Toby, you've quite rightly suggested we've got to be prepared. But I want to ask the panelists, we can't be prepared against absolutely everything, because the cost of that would be, well, impossible. I mean, it might be, of course, that the Boston home is perfectly well catered for nuclear attack and pandemics and such like. But, you know, the tax system works that. But I'm not sure everyone can be necessarily similarly catered for. So when we look at the risk assessment frame, we look at the, you know, how we look at these things, are we doing it right in your view now? And if not, how could we be doing it better? And Paul, I'll start with you.
That's a variation on a question that was at yesterday's panel, I think, around probabilistic risk management. And my answer is no, it's not sufficient. It's necessary, but it's not sufficient in and of itself. And it's one of the key interventions we made with our policy in financial services. Financial services in the UK had something of a torrid time, 2015 to 2018, with operational failures occurring almost on a daily basis, so frequently, in fact, that the UK Parliament felt the need to conduct an inquiry into what on earth was going on. And that was despite the presence of a whole series of existing risk management requirements and regulations imposed upon firms, operational risk, IT risk, business continuity, etc. And that, to my mind, is evidence that risk management can't fix the resilience problem. It's an essential part of managing operational environments, but it can't fix the problem. So you have to go to that mindset, and it's the key step of adopting a resilience posture is moving beyond probability and going to a deterministic posture, and recognizing that there are severe but plausible scenarios that will occur, and to use a phrase that James used at one of these conferences, I think earlier, the very worst time to create a plan is the point at which the plan is required. So ignoring the situation and hoping that it won't, and using the tyranny of quantification, I think was the phrase used yesterday, to convince yourself that you can get away with ignoring it, is going to lead to some very negative outcomes. So you have to adopt a severe but plausible approach to these things. And then directly to your question, not everything can be resilient. Not everything needs to be resilient. And there's 2 points in there. What actually is resilience in the first place? And what you can tolerate when a shock occurs is not what you need and what you expect on a business as usual basis. So you need to be able to flex the services that you are providing in a way that can absorb the shock without inflicting intolerable harm. That is not the same as providing business as usual services. That's a concept that needs to be recognised. And then you have to prioritise, what do you care most about? And again, that was a key principle of the financial services policy, is protect what matters most and ensure it's delivered within levels that don't inflict intolerable harm. Sounds very straightforward. What do you care most about? Well, it turns out that's an extraordinarily difficult question to answer. because everything is important to somebody. So if you ask an individual institution what's important, everyone who's drawing a paycheck from that organisation will consider that what they're doing is important. So you have to move your gaze from a bottom-up view to a top-down view, and use an executive view of what are the outcomes that this organisation delivers, not the systems that it provides, but the services that it delivers, and what are those outcomes that it delivers, and which of those need to be protected most when a shock happens within the limits of intolerable harm.
Thank you. Esti, based on the framework sort of Paul has sketched out, do you agree with him? How do you handle risk assessment at Israel Aerospace?
Yeah, well, I'll speak briefly about the cyber domain, because the cyber domain has some characteristics that are very, very similar, but some characteristics that are quite different. Number one, in the cyber domain, we're speaking not only about the risks, but also about the threats. Number two, in the cyber domain, we utilize cyber threat intelligence. So we may have a notion of an upcoming, I'll use the word disaster, but usually in cyber, it's not a harmful disaster in the level that we're speaking here. So usually it's certain damage that with the proper actions, and Lord Toby spoke about these proper actions, can be mitigated to a certain extent. So in terms of cyber, we would use risk assessment, and this is best practice today, but we would combine it with threat assessment and with cyber threat intelligence, and to a certain extent with predictive cyber threat intelligence. And yes, you can predict a cyber attack. This is one of the good things about the cyber industry. On the contrary side, cyber is a very dynamic domain. The threats are evolving. The domain is evolving. The technologies are evolving. You spoke a little bit about our dependency on technology, and I'm going to mention the elephant in the room, and this is artificial intelligence. Generative artificial intelligence, like ChatGPT, and artificial general intelligence, which AGI, which basically simulates human behavior. These are elements which are going to change the cyber world for the better and for the worst, because AGI and generative artificial intelligence are a double-edged sword. So any advantage that they will provide us with will also entail potential threats. So again, going back to your question, we need, in my opinion, we need to continue to utilize risk assessment, but in terms of the cyber domain, we need to combine it with threat assessment, with cyber threat intelligence, and with predictive cyber threat intelligence in order to be able to predict potential cyber attacks and to mitigate them.
Thank you, Esti. We'll come back, I think, to the AI question. I'm just in just one word answer. Are you in general do you view this as positive, the AI development, or is it very much in the balance as to how it emerges?
Well, I view it as positive, but my concern, and this is my personal opinion, is that the regulation is not in place on how AGI is going to be used. Now, AGI, it has not proliferated yet. It will proliferate in 3, 5, 10 years. And we don't want to be in a situation where we need to come up with the solution once the problem
the plan,
is there.
as Paul said, the plan when the problem emerges.
Exactly.
Sort of
Exactly.
Fine. Okay. Now, just out of interest, who here is positive about AI and who is not? Let's start with the positive. Anyone unequivocally positive? Yes. Fair few hands. Anyone negative, unequivocally negative, thinks this is really a bad thing?
Well, I'll give some examples.
Okay. A few people.
I'll give some examples later, so maybe the vote will change.
Okay, go on. Give some. Just give 2 examples and see how the vote changes.
Let me give you 2 cyber-related examples. Okay, so AGI and generative AI depend on data, right? So when we use data, we can conduct better risk assessment, we can conduct a better threat assessment, we can conduct better predictive cyber threat intelligence. But data becomes a single point of failure. So in case our data is impaired one way or another, then we lose our entire capability if we don't have the backups. This is one example. Number 2, it's easier to analyze a cyber attack, right? A cyber attack has happened. You employ your generative AI solutions or your artificial general intelligence solutions, and you analyze the incident very, very quickly. This is extremely important in the cyber domain, where we have a talent crunch. We don't have enough cyber experts. We don't have enough cyber defenders. But the downside is that the bad guys can use the same capability in order to analyze whether or not a cyber attack will work. So they have better capability to assess on whether or not we are vulnerable and whether or not they will be able to achieve significant impact. So it's a double-edged sword. And while I'm positive about artificial general intelligence and generative AI, I'm positive about it. I think the regulation must be in place in order to ensure that it is used properly to a positive extent and not to a negative extent.
I'm not sure that's changed my view, but has that changed anyone's view? It's interesting just to see if anyone got a comment on this point, actually, because we're looking at sort of black sky gaps here. This is clearly one where we know something's happening. Avi, you've got a point? Yeah.
You know, I'm tempted to say on the positive side of AI, we have seen the current impetus and inertia of resilience. Looking at the current inertia and direction of resilience decision-making across all sectors, I don't think it's close to optimum. Let's put it that way. Nowhere even anywhere close to optimum. I don't see any way to get there without the help of AI to help control the machine technology, which is currently keeping us alive.
Interesting. Yes, we'll go there and then there. Well, we can go all around. Yes, go on.
I must say I'm very skeptical. Machine learning learns from data it's seen in the past. So if the new events occur, things not seen before, it's going to be a coincidence if the strategies it comes up with actually are helpful. I think we need to be very cautious about relying on that sort of technology.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John.
Oh, just next to you, gentleman there. Yep. Was it? Yeah. Thought someone over there.
Hi, I was just thinking, so Tom Dolan from UCL, I was just thinking cyber interdependencies such as AI, this is just the latest evolution in the system of infrastructure. So all interdependencies are sources of opportunity, but they're all sources of vulnerability. So is AI and cyber interdependencies any different in that regard? That was just what your thoughts you provoked.
Prompted to you. Is it any different? Fine. The lady in red, and then we'll come down. Yeah. And then I'll give you all an opportunity to comment on this, actually, just as a case study.
Hi, lady in the red's called Sally. Can I go back to this very important point of the tool of prediction that you've been talking about, and the discussion about AI and etc. In your prediction world, are you starting to think now very immediately on how you can run systems more in isolation than in the current business context of interconnectivity? And I'm just wondering if you could draw a point for the operators here in relation to, because there's been a huge business push by the very large industries to open up power plants and systems for interconnection, saying these are safe, coming from cloud, etc. So with the predictive side that you're talking about, how sensible is it if people start to really get together in working groups and consider sensible forms of isolation or mirroring in some way to separate their systems? Because basically what you're saying is we are going to be so open that the industry all along the supply chain for energy is really in trouble.
Right, let's pause there. I'm going to come back to this side in a moment, but I think we've got an interesting case study developing here around it. That's all sorts of questions. I mean, Toby, I'm going to come to you actually first on this because, oh, you've lost your, well, by the time I'll ask a long and slow question.
He's going down the stairs.
You know, obviously the commission was set up and AI presumably didn't feature dramatically in it, and now, of course, in a very different area. You've heard some of the points here mentioned about some of the feelings here about the subject. Any thoughts on what you've heard in relation to AI?
I think, and this is true of actually every new technology that comes along, that people assume it's going to be the answer to everything and that it's infallible. And one of the biggest dangers of AI or AI-assisted tools is going to be that people think that they must be right. And therefore, they base their own decisions on what they have just seen. And if you think about it in the military context, or if you think about it in some of the practical consequences in dealing with an incident, this is actually quite concerning. So how you make sure you handle that is important. But I think there's a wider question here, which is the extent, and this was just covered in the point that's just been made, about the interconnectedness of systems. And one of the increasing vulnerabilities that we have is how interconnected everything is. Now, that's actually good news in terms of efficiency. It's good news in terms of making things happen well and without you having to enter data many and many times and all of those things. But it creates a new vulnerability. It creates the vulnerability of a system collapse because different things are, because of the way in which things are connected. You think about embedded software and that there are layers and layers on top of legacy systems, and that there's no one any longer has the controlling mind of understanding how things happen. And if all of that, some of that's being put together by AI, you've actually made the problem worse. And I think we've got a fundamental decision to make about how much we are prepared to accept is the cost of resilience. It means, for example, moving away from a mindset which is about just in time towards just in case. It means recognizing that you have to build in redundancy so that if this line fails, you've got something else to fall back on. So phasing out, in the UK context, copper wire connectivity for telecoms is probably a bad idea if you then simply rely on one system. And you've also got to be able to isolate what really matters. And that comes back to the cyber point, which has been made. But this requires a completely new mindset. It requires a recognition that you can't just go for efficiency. You also have to go for resilience at the same time. And that has a cost.
Indeed, it does. Now, Paul, just to take you, and then I'll come back on to you, Esty, on the same subject. We were considering at the start, looking at frameworks. Some problems are too big, too hard to solve. I mean, AI theoretically could fall into this category. I know Esty said, yeah, regulation will sort it. I'm not sure that alone will sort it. And there's a tendency, isn't there, we're looking at problems to go, let's just kick it down the line. And how would you deal with this AI issue in the framework of, is it prioritization for you? Is it something that is too big? And therefore, should we be looking at that now?
So a couple of points, I guess. One is to be clear about the purpose of regulation in the first place. So what is the purpose of regulation? And that's important to understand in the context of calling for a regulatory intervention. One of the deputy governors at the Bank of England several years ago described the purpose of regulation as being to insert the public interest into the private choices of firms, which has always stuck with me as a particularly relevant definition. Therefore, before jumping to a need for regulation, you have to determine whether there is actually a divergence between the public and the private interest in the first place. And there may not be in this case. The other point then is, how do you regulate? And this is a fundamental point. And you can either, in my mind, you can either go standards-based, which I would describe as bottom-up, describe in detail how things should be done. In a cyber context, that might be necessary, but not sufficient. It might be futile. Cyber is a dynamic, adaptive and intelligent threat. Standards are not normally described in that way. So if you're going to use standards to deal with a dynamic, adaptive and intelligent threat, they're not going to fix the problem for you. That was the experience of financial services. The UK environment, financial services environment, is a principles and outcomes based regulatory environment. I think that's the key to the answer to this question, which is to focus on the outcomes and to regulate those outcomes in the right way, in a way that doesn't allow a deviation in public and private interest to create the problem that we're dealing with. It's the human condition to innovate. You can't stand in the way of it. So it's pointless being negative about it. You just have to understand it, eyes wide open. There's a point there about threat versus vulnerability. And I've done an awful lot of work with cyber over the years in my role as well. And one of my observations is we spend an awful lot of time talking about the threat, rightly so. You have to be threat aware, you have to understand it. But it's also true that generally speaking, there's absolutely nothing you can do about the threat. What you have to understand is your vulnerability to that threat, and that's where you can make much more traction in dealing with the issue. So understanding where you're vulnerable is key to that. And then to Sally's point, I absolutely agree. One of the observations from the financial services industry, I think, is that as a result of innovation and digitization over the last 10 years, we have been building an increasingly complex and tightly coupled system. And normal accident theory, my interpretation of it anyway, tells you that complex and tightly coupled systems are prone to failure. That's fine, but you have to begin with the end in mind in that context then, particularly where you're dealing with the financial system, which is connected at the speed of light. So making it more and more tightly coupled is not the right answer. And one of the benefits of the principles and outcomes-based regulatory approach that we've taken in the UK is firms are starting to have this aha moment, which is to step back and recognise that actually finding a way of loosening that coupling, creating some air gaps, and doing that focused on the system, on the services outcomes rather than the systems, is a way to build resistance in by design. Resilience by design rather than trying to retrofit it at the end. So yes, we have to exercise real caution over just connecting things together because it's just going to make things more fragile and more vulnerable.
Essie, is that your view as well?
Yes, I must say I fully agree with all your comments, and at the risk of sounding a bit trivial, I would like to maybe put on the table 3 potential courses of action that can minimize the potential threats and vulnerabilities. Number 1, the weakest link was and remains the human factor. The easiest way to penetrate a network is through social engineering, through making sure that someone makes a mistake. And one thing we need to do as operators, as regulators, is to train people on cyber hygiene, to train people on real life situations, to train people to identify potential threats, potential risks, potential cyber attacks. So this is one, and this is not a huge investment. I always say in Israel that we need to train from the most junior employee in an organization up to the most senior employee in an organization, and usually the higher vulnerability or threat resides with the more senior employees rather than the junior ones. Although I've seen secretaries that keep the password below the keyword. This is still a common practice, at least in our organizations. I saw it once.
Probably safer keeping it there than on a phone or something, which can be hacked.
I fully agree. Number 2, and this is something that is again quite simple to do, is scanning for vulnerabilities. The vulnerabilities evolve because the cyber domain evolves. So a certain software or a certain network configuration may become vulnerable even though it is not vulnerable now. So constant scanning for vulnerabilities within the organization and outside the organization is something you want to do. It's better to do it through effective technology. We have such technology in II, there are others, but it can also be done manually. But this is something that is worth investing into. And finally, and this is the most important point, knowledge sharing, information sharing, collaboration. So Sally spoke about organizations that become interconnected. So if they become interconnected only in the essence of their technology being interconnected, well, it's probably a good thing, but it can also lead to increased vulnerabilities. But if this interconnectivity is coupled with a knowledge sharing through a platform or even manually, and if a certain organization will report an anomaly or suspicion of a cyber attack to other potential organizations, these other organizations can up their defenses and prevent similar cyber attacks. In Israel, this knowledge sharing concept is one of our holy grails, so to speak. The Israeli National Cyber Directorate, INCD, utilized the network by the name of CyberNet, that incidentally was developed by IAI, to allow knowledge sharing between like-minded organizations within the industry. Some of them were government-owned, some of them were government organizations, and some of them were just private organizations. And this comes back to the issue of having aligned interests between the private and the public sector. And when you become part of this network, you get information, so you are more likely to share information. And the former director of the INCD used to refer to this network, CyberNet, as his first line of defense. Most cyber attacks, most complex cyber attacks were detected through organizations reporting anomalies within this network and asking about it. So these are my three calls for action for the operators, regulators, and anyone else in the room.
Excellent. Right. And speaking of that, we're going to come back now for our second round. We're going to start here. Just thoughts, firstly, on the black sky resilience around AI. But if you've got industry examples yourself of the risk sort of processes you undertake, which you feel others should hear about, let's also hear those. So we'll start here and then move back. I think I saw a hand. Yes, right at the back. And then we'll do a quick roundup at the end. You've been
Good that I'm in good shape. We have one upstairs and I'm coming.
Go. Okay. And anyone else in that sector, this is your moment. This is your moment. While the microphone is there.
Just saying that this sector was more active.
Right.
Hi, I'm Hayen from Imperial. So I would like to actually challenge what the panelists have.
Good. We like that. Good.
If I may. So it sounded like you promote decentralized system where individual subsystem essentially needs to be strong to be able to defend and be resilient against big attacks. However, for big attacks, my opinion is that you have to be big together. And for that, I'm not sure if we promote less linkage is the right answer. And so relating to that, we previously saw the spaghetti diagram of critical infrastructure interdependencies. I would like to ask the panelists if you can maybe come up with a spaghetti diagram of interdependencies for humans of different stakeholders, individuals, corporates, institutions, politicians, etc. Because my opinion is that by having specific stakeholders and their own assessment criteria, to go back to your framework model, and then go bottom up, then overall, you can have a top-down assessment criteria. So it's not either or case, in my opinion. And so I would like to ask the panelists if you maybe have like a framework for people, just like the spaghetti diagram we've seen before.
All right, very interesting. Anything else in that sector? If not, we'll
Thank you, Alan, for thinking about it.
We'll come down. If not, we'll come down.
No? Sure?
You sure? No one? No one? Okay, come down. Come
First
down.
call, second call?
We've got three here, I think, three here. And then we'll go to just tie up because we've got to finish it.
Chris is signing up.
I know, yeah.
Yes.
I don't have
Yossi, I would like just to add one additional action item, the seed that my dear friend Esti actually specified, and I fully agree with it. And it's actually, I'm hearing the term cyber by design and everything by design, but to make it realistic, what it really means. And one of the things that we are actually doing, we are innovative, everything, but we are producing more and more vulnerabilities. Even the newest products that we are using, it's software, hardware, and processes are actually full with vulnerabilities, and we can avoid it. So the fourth point I would say that to actually translate the term of cyber by design or planning and everything by design to turn it to real processes. And it's not only products, it means processes, it means software, hardware. Even, in our organization, in Israel Electric, even when people are moving from one room to another, relocating, we are checking it with a model of kind of cyber by design, we are not creating some additional risk to this.
Very good. Thank you. Lawrence. And then
just to pick up on your point about the spider or spaghetti diagram for human, I do have one.
Right,
So,
go and see him at the break in 2 minutes.
Exactly.
We're going to stop it there because we just need to come to this comment and then, brilliant, thank you, that's a great solution.
Thank you. So I guess I had to point back to the artificial intelligence. So I think that the bottom line there is don't fall behind. Because to your point about, even the counterattacks, they're going to move at machine to machine speed. The vulnerabilities just to the patching. So how quickly not only are you scanning for vulnerabilities, how quickly you're patching, because artificial intelligence will find those vulnerabilities, they'll pick them up immediately, and then they'll attack immediately. And then the countermeasures, social engineering, everything will become databases. Even the legacy system, how it was repulsed the last time. What sorts of legacy equipment are you running? What's the individual platform look like? So if you fall behind in artificial intelligence, so it's good, but it's very bad if you fall behind.
Brilliant. Thank you all for comments. So I'm going to tidy up with Toby, SG, and then Paul.
Hi, well, it's been a fascinating discussion. I'll pick up a few quick points. Firstly, on this small versus large, I'm not sure it's the right, it's not a dichotomy. You should be doing both. So there is an importance of collaborating both between nations, between organizations, which means sometimes in business, forgetting that you're in competition with each other, but actually working together because there is a wider common good. But my general point is that if you're approaching whole of society approach to resilience, that means every organization, large and small, every part of society, every level of government, all of those need to be working to improve resilience. If I could also pick up on the point which, we talked earlier on about AI, and actually I'm sure we've all had a cyber phishing attack. And most of us are rather sort of proudly think, well, we didn't fall for it. But actually, when you think about AI, it's now, you don't need to look for the grammatical mistakes because they won't be there. You won't need to look for all the fact that it doesn't quite look like your bank that has made contact with you, because it will look exactly like your bank. So we do all need to be raising our game as far as that's concerned. I wanted to return finally to the point which was made earlier about what can government be doing to create a climate which encourages resilient behaviour at every level. And I think there are a number of things that should be being done about that. First of all, yes, of course, you can have a legislative framework, but where there are regulated industries with regulation, the regulation shouldn't just be about price. It shouldn't just be about economy. It should be also about continuity of service, robustness, and resilience. You've got to incentivize resilient behavior, and you've got to create an environment in which that prospers. So that may mean government sharing more information about vulnerabilities or things that they're concerned about. And that all requires a degree of trust both ways. It also means trusting the individuals and the individual households, sharing information with them and providing them with information as to how to improve the security of their homes and everything else. Sweden provides every household with a booklet on what to do if crisis or war comes. Finland does something similar. I think a number of other countries do that. It's common practice in earthquake zones to have guidance that everybody accepts. Why in this country are we frightened of that? Well, we're frightened because the assumption is the public will be cynical because they don't really trust their government. And this isn't a new phenomenon, but it should be. There's a feeling, well, oh, they're going to laugh at us if we say that out. Or people are going to say, what are they hiding from us? They know something bad is just round the corner. Why are they not saying so? And I think we've really got to, this is a generational change that at every level, from the smallest school child right the way up to the company chief executive, people have got to start taking this much more seriously. And that will take 20, 30, 40 years to get there.
Quick one-liners from Exxon and Paul, if you don't mind. Chris has given me the guillotine motion.
Correct.
So one line only. Artificial intelligence is a revolution. It's not an evolution. And Lord Toby, coming back to your point, the good guys, the ones sitting in the room, must up our game in order to prevent a situation where the bad guys will be quick on the uptake and use artificial intelligence against us.
They don't have to go through public procurement
If I'm limited to just one thing to say, then it would be to emphasize the point about taking a service outcomes-based view rather than exclusively a systems-based design view. Because the systems design view at the bottom of the lake is extremely murky. It's very, very dirty at the bottom of the lake where the sediment's being churned up. You have a much clearer view of what's going on at the top. So stay focused on the service outcome as well. And that's not an either-or conversation, it's an and conversation.
Well, thank you all for joining us for the panel. A big thank you to our panelists. Please do show your appreciation in the customary fashion. And I believe coffee, tea, etc. will now be served outside. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
We'll take a 25-minute break. Let's be back here at 11:25 for the Black Sky, Black Start panel, please.
They generally tend to, actually, in my experience.
Well, I would of course.
Yes.
Okay. Terry Boston. Oh, my pleasure. I saw Chris Crane's name on the agenda out there. Is Chris coming?
I think so. I'm not too sure.
Chris Crane, I haven't seen him.
I think he's on tomorrow.
On what?
I think he's on a panel tomorrow, or maybe later today. I'm not sure.
Possibly
Today.
He's good people. He and I.
Do you want to come round? Sorry.
For many years, so.
Give you some.
Sorry, we Yeah, no worries. Fine.
Another one in just in case. Because this one sometimes is working.
Thanks, everybody. Welcome back. Hope everybody coffeed up. I know I needed some. We want to begin now with our first First panel back from the break. Very important topic about Black Sky, Black Class, Black Start. And EIS Council has been looking at a study on this, and several members of the panel have been working on it. We also have some outside expertise for some folks that have black started grids. Yeah. All right, I'll just keep going. Hello. All right. I'll turn it over to the panel chair, Yoshi Schneck, to get us started.
Okay, hello to everyone. Good to see you again. We are going to talk about very important and interesting subject, Black Sky, Black Start. So with a honorable panel here. So it's no doubt that the electricity supply is actually undergoing a very disturbing period, I think, in many aspects. Maybe it's most disturbing from the days of Edison and Tesla and all those things. So I even call it paradigm change, because a lot of our principles of sources of energy and everything was changed, and processes are changed. One additional thing that I think is actually that we are only at the beginning of the process. And being here, I can even quote Sir Winston Churchill that said that now this is not the end, it's not even the beginning of the end, but it's perhaps the end of the beginning. So we are actually at the beginning, because we are now mostly fighting and challenged by a situation where new technologies, new processes and everything is actually coming, and we are trying to integrate it or to combine it into systems that were never planned for it. Our infrastructure was never planned for bidirectional current and different things. So this is the situation, and we are going, but focus today on a specific issue of Black Sky, Black Start, and we have really a very various point of views that we will hear from our honorable panel. So I will start with a question or subject for everyone. I will use the term UOF, utility of future. Okay, please can you detail some pros and cons of the Black Sky Start? Okay, because of the new utility of future, or the new age we are living and processes we are living. So let's start from the end with Matt, please.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and discuss. You know, I think at the very beginning, we need to kind of keep in front of us some of the distinctions between system restoration and Black Start. You know, Black Start is not just a normal system restoration exercise. There'll be different priorities in a Black Start versus a system restoration exercise. So that's one of the first things to keep in mind as we try to dimension out what this kind of future paradigm shift looks like. Another thing that, you know, Rule zero when talking to a group this big is not to bring a handout that you're going to show, but I'm going to go ahead and show it, a handout that I brought. And this is today's energy supply pyramid, at least the energy supply pyramid in North America. It has a big, solid, strong base of, you know, gas, nuclear, coal generation. That's the energy supply pyramid of today. We're quickly moving to one that inverts that energy supply pyramid, where you're starting to put inverter-based generation as a large component of our energy supply. Now, it may not necessarily be that way around the clock, 24/7, but it certainly at periods of time will look just like this. Conceivably, Black Starting this type of grid is different from Black Starting this type of grid. So that is a significant paradigm shift. And you might say, well, Matt, why do you put
why do you put the inverter-based generation at the top of the pyramid? Why don't you just restack your pyramid? And the reason I'm saying that, the reason I don't actually restack my pyramid is because there's a couple of things I want to show. First of all, this pyramid is intrinsically stable. It's built upon known, fixed, and relatively repeatable physics, whereas this one is not. It actually requires active stabilization to make this work. How do you do that within a black start construct? This is what the utility of the future. This is the emerging issue that we're looking at addressing as we move forward. So as far as an introduction, is that good enough, or you want me to start unpacking the how?
Actually, it's excellent. It's excellent, and actually you demonstrated at the same time resilience and redundancy, because not using electronic devices, you bring, maybe because of yesterday's problem with the media system, you bring a manual presentation device. So please, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. So welcome everyone, and hello to everyone that's joining us online. You've raised some really good points there. You've really set the context for the conversation today. But to just add to that in terms of what we're looking to achieve both in the UK and the US. In the US, we're looking at, well, we already published actually our US clean heat vision, which includes introducing 100% fossil-free gas onto our networks in both New England and New York. We're also looking at electric gas hybrid systems. We're introducing them and also working with our customers to introduce energy efficiency into their homes. In the UK, similar sort of story over here, and focusing on the sort of renewable aspects of the grid, is we're looking to bring on about 44 gigawatts worth of offshore wind over the coming years as well. So a significant change and increase in generation capacity within the UK. I will note that it's our job in the UK not to generate the power, it's our job to move it from A to B. So it's very different to our setup in the States. In terms of the way that we're going about that and my involvement in all of that work, it's about establishing frameworks. So I sit in National Grid at a strategic level as the Group Resilience Improvement Manager. And it's my job to make sure that the business has the right products, tools, processes, services to be able to achieve this over the long term. So it's all about, for us and for me in my day job, about making sure that we deliver all of this and that we deliver that clean, fair and affordable future. And as we've sort of mentioned over the event, some of the speakers have mentioned, ensuring that no one is left behind through that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry?
Before I get to the utility of the future, let me tell you about the utility of the past. We have never implemented a black start in my 50 years in the industry. You do not test a black start. It's a fire hazard. The CEO will be fired if you test the black start. So in this case, I like models better than measures. And I would add the utility of the future has something that the utility of the past hasn't had, and that's batteries. Batteries are just like bacon. They make everything better. What I mean, at the end of the day, the response time that you have, the ability to put 400 megawatts of power on the system for a short period to get the amount of starting capacity you need, even the ability to get to the nuclear plants and to get their generators turning by using the inverter-based battery storage, it makes it a whole lot better for the operators.
Thank you. Gideon, please.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Gideon Friedman from the Ministry of Energy in Israel. I'm very happy to be here after a pause of several years in these conferences. I'm happy to be at this panel, which is, I think, the first main panel dealing with this transformation, R2P. I remind you the name of this conference. We are dealing with the renewable change or transformation into clean energy. I think it's important. I certainly want to join Terry's view of things, that we have an opportunity here, and there is a big change that will allow the system to be much more resilient. We can generate, for example, in Israel on every home solar electricity, and with batteries we can maintain a small local nanogrid if you want. We can have we can continually run the system run electrical systems locally without having the whole grid running. So it is in its potential, and if it's properly planned, much more resilient. I will go into more details about this later.
Okay, thank you. Now, Gary, I have to say before Gary presents himself, actually, that I think he is one of the most experienced people in the world dealing with black stars. And we will talk about it a little bit later about Puerto Rico. So please, Gary.
Thank you. Sometimes it is not a compliment.
I thought
that, but I would take it considering the group that we have. I would take it.
I meant it as a compliment, Gary.
Yeah, I know. Thank you. But it is from our. So first, my name is Gary Soto. I'm the director for the supply side generation and transmission for the Puerto Rico island. We have basically the main island and two other islands that are connected through a submarine cable, 38 kV. And I have been doing that for the last 25 plus years. And the last, probably since 2016 up to now, we have been dealing with a lot of difficulties on the generation side, transmission side, distribution side, and weather, especially weather. And to give you just, we have since 2016, we deal with 5 major black starts. I mean, from zero to complete to bring the system back. Plus, on one of those, that was Hurricane Maria. We had during the first 3 months, we had to bring back the system 7 times. So, as Josie said, I think I don't know if someone in the world had been in our situation, but we had been dealing with that too many times. Last time was last year with Hurricane Fiona, and I have been seeing the change from my team, how we're dealing with it. Obviously, first time we didn't have any major situations probably for 20 years. And since the Agate event in 2016, we have been working to be able to not improvise, but be prepared, moving into being able to deal with this situation that had been happening for these years, and we expect to continue happen. We have a big situation in generation. A lot of limitations, very old fleet. Most of our units are more than 50 years. And there's a movement into doing changes into the renewable part. We only have 3% of our production is renewable, solar and wind. And there's some big movement to move that, and there's even legislation to move to 2050 and be 100%. Technically, I don't think personally, a lot of colleagues, that's not possible, at least with the current technology that we have. But yes, we can definitely move from 3% higher, but as the other members of the panel have mentioned, there's a lot of additional things we need to do and be able to change. And definitely with the current fleet that we have on the thermal side, there's a lot of situations that currently we're dealing with. From Hurricane Fiona, and that was on September last year, we had an increase in behind the meter generation, and that basically is pushing our duck curve 200 megawatts during the day down. that becomes, maybe you will say there's no problem with that. We have already having problems dealing with the current thermal generation that we have on the island, because then it's not the problem of not having the generation, it's trying to make that generation go down and not take it out of service, because obviously cycling is not part of the deal. So we continuously every year we come up with a new situation that we have to deal with it. Now under the new transmission and distribution operator, we're moving towards not trying to deal with those things at the moment. We're preparing for that. We're moving to that situation. That's probably part of the changes that the island is entering, moving into private operators for T&D and also for generation, which we expect to have those now in this summer. So that's just an idea.
Okay, we will try to deal about lessons learned a little bit later. At least the names of the hurricanes are very nice. Maria, Fiona. So at least this one. I would like actually to go to another issue, because we decided to talk about solutions and different things. So I would like to hear from you two, three, one from everybody, actually actions that we should do to be prepared for black start and black start situations. So please, let's start with Matt again.
All right, sounds good. I think the first thing is to have the right mindset, and I think conferences like this help us do that. And what do I mean by that? I think it's to think about black start and even black swan type events in the framework of not if but when. And so what do I mean by that? Having your framework being one of when and not if comes down to making sure, number one, that as Terry mentioned, in this case, he likes to have models because of the fire hazard associated with the real life data associated with it. We need to make sure that we model this seriously. And what do I mean by that? If you think about, and again, this is something that I think Puerto Rico knows really, really well, and that is that in black starting a system, you're not dealing with the types of dynamics associated with and the evolution in the progress of the system that you would be dealing with in steady state. What do I mean? You're building a system from scratch, essentially. So is that impedance-based protection, is that going to work? Is the entire protection and control ecosystem that's designed around protecting and controlling an operating grid, is that going to work? Well, I don't know. And the only way to get to the bottom of that is to actually model that and put hardware in the loop, full hardware in the loop simulation. So we've invested in that. I think that needs to become not an uncommon practice across the industry, but a common practice within the industry. A couple of other things as well, that I'll just unpack here at a high level. There's a broad spectrum of preparedness for a black start event or a black swan or a black sky type of event. On one end of the spectrum, you have doing nothing, and on the other end of the spectrum, you have completely redundant infrastructure that you keep in a Faraday cage, right? That's the spectrum. Where do we fall in between? And so one of the concepts that we've been looking at over the past, I guess, decade or so is this idea of minimum grid. How do we actually make some investments where we can actually establish minimum grid? And what's involved with minimum grid? Some of that involves mobile infrastructure. Others involve strategic spares that are protected. So that's another element. One other one I'll mention here, just to get the conversation started, is resilient communications. Making sure that you have resilient communications that can survive the types of black sky, black swan events that you're looking at. Now, that doesn't mean having completely resilient and completely redundant communications, but again, at least having a minimum core of highly survivable technology is also something that I think needs to be a common practice. It's not necessarily, but it needs to become a common practice.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you. So I gave a talk about some of the fundamental changes to the network at about 12 months ago. And during that event, I went into some of the technical details in that. So just to share that with the audience, there's certainly a number of these engineering challenges that we're focused on overcoming. And that includes things like frequency response, stability, voltage management, system restoration, and thermal congestion, just to name a handful of things. But I think one of the things that, and just going back to my earlier point that I was sort of talking about at the start of the panel, was that sort of focus on our commitment to being a responsible business. So we're looking at things like our governance as part of this rollout towards a greener grid, really connecting with the communities that we serve to make sure that we're doing the right thing for those communities. Again, the economy. So there was a comment made in the previous panel, I think, from a gentleman over on this side of the hall about how changes can affect the economy, local contingent workforces and that sort of stuff. So again, we're looking at that as part of the future grids, our people, so the skills that they have and making sure that we've got programs in place to upskill them, to get them familiar with the new technology that's coming onto the network. And of course, the environmental impact. And I don't just mean that at the point of use either. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry. All respect to Puerto Rico, our greatest fear at PJM and TVA is we would island someday. But intelligent islanding is a good thing so that you don't bring down the entire grid. And I'll say one of the lessons learned that we've had is to have autosynchronous relaying so you can tie the systems back together. Andy and I were working on the August 14, 2003 blackout and what should have happened. And when we closed the breakers at Ramapo to pick up New York or tied New York in, the phase angle differences were such that we weren't sure it would stick. So as you look at black start and back start plans, make sure that you have enough autosynchronous relaying and controls that you can pick up the islands. And I also live on Hawaii and Kauai black stars frequently. They are all renewable now. They do have considerable battery capability, but the grid of the future is going to have more microgrids and the ability to separate and come back. And that's where I kind of stand in my mind that for the grid of the future, the ability to not go totally dark and have a resource to black start with. And I would add, during the August 14, 2003 blackout in the northeast of the U.S., we still had small pockets of hydro that were operating. Those hydro units did not have the kind of risk that you had of damaging turbines and more seriously in the nuclear plants, damaging rotating equipment that's part of the safety system. So having those hydro resources as part of your black start plan is a huge advantage to you as the owner and operator of the system.
So what my main point, I think, would be that we need to plan now in order to be able to use the capabilities of the new grid and new generation systems that are around. For example, as I mentioned, any home can generate its own electricity. We need to require, for example, as a regulator, that the inverter would be able to do islanding mode and would be able to eventually sync with the system when it's back up. So such regulation can help. I did publish a paper on the resilience of renewable energies in the INSS. It's in Hebrew, unfortunately, but I did some calculations. You can see that a residential home can carry itself very easily for essentially almost an infinite amount of time with today's systems, and maybe a slight reduction of the battery costs, and this will happen quite soon once the smaller battery systems will go down in price because of industrialization. I expect that to happen very soon, within a few years. We need to prepare, let's say, resilience centers in the cities. And cities cannot, high-rise buildings cannot generate their own full electricity demand, but we can have resilience centers in the cities on large public buildings, for example, where we can have both generation and storage, and then provide the minimal services from that center to the local community. Someone mentioned here that we need to define what are the minimum services that we require for a black sky event, and this can certainly easily be achieved. Also, batteries, if we plan ahead, batteries are transportable. They are in containers essentially today, and everything is very, very modular the way it's built. I mean, without needing to do anything special about it. So if we plan ahead, again, we can actually transport electricity from one location to the other with batteries. It's possible and not so difficult. We can, one container can carry today, 4 megawatt hours or so, and I'm sure in the future it will be double that. And this is a significant amount of electricity. It's much easier, I think, with the proper planning than actually bringing in a gas-fired mobile unit, which is a complex business. Plus, we can have a lot more of these batteries running around from areas that have the capability to generate to areas that do not have that capability. Another point that I would like to say is the resilience of the, for example, solar installations. In Israel, we already have, unfortunately, some experience in this with our most recent Gaza confrontation. For example, a few of our solar fields were hit, and the fields continue, even a field that was hit continues to generate with a few panels less. But it's something that continues, so it's very, very resilient construct. And so anything that happens locally in this sense will not harm the system. And one last thing is renewable solar and wind is not stable, and so it requires some stabilizing mechanism. One of them is to connect with other countries, let's say, or further out areas. And this connectivity requirements, actually the EU has defined the requirement for connectivity for 2030, for example, which is 15% of each country's generating power capability in order to support renewable energy. I think this connectivity is also important for Black Sky. Because once you are connected and something happens within your system, you can get the electricity back in. And I'm certainly for Israel hoping that we can create this interconnection with our neighbors. And we're trying also to do it with Europe, but it's a little too far, and it's a small amount. We have the Israeli interconnect project, 1,000 megawatts, but to Europe, hopefully this will be built sometime soon, but it's not a big number. We need to connect with our neighbors.
So Gideon, if I understand, you are talking not about black starting, but about creating an environment that is not dependable, so on the grid and everything.
We don't.
Okay.
We will not have a complete blackout of the system because we will have many points, islands that will continue to run. Yeah. So we will not see, if we are building a resilient distributed system, we will not see a complete blackout.
Okay. Gary?
So I would say from what the panel has already talked, that's what we envision in the island. Definitely. We under Luma Energy right now, we're working into that direction. We have to deal with the situation we have right now. So for that, basically, we still have to work on basics. Communication, we don't only have to, our main communication, either the system that we inherit from PREPA, but also cellular systems, those basically went out after Maria. So when we spent a couple of weeks without any communication, communication between even plants. We had visits from private providers coming to the control center to state their situation so we can connect back. So, and we use KP communication to be able to have a small ability in the initial process until we were able to improve that system. So part of what we did obviously is move that communication group or those customers into obviously our critical path. Those becomes one of the critical paths on being able to restore them at the beginning. Obviously, they also took preventions on that. One of the biggest things that obviously they the whole country move into is they're doing individual preparedness. Us as a utility, obviously, we have to prepare to be able to put that system back on service whenever any situation happens. But our customers, they move into rooftops systems and small generators at their home so they can provide service for themselves. So one of the most important parts of that obviously is to go simpler, to be able to manage that part of the emergency or that part of the situation until the grid comes back to service. From our side, definitely preparedness is something that we're working very hard on and trying to have additional personnel prepare for that. We lost a lot of experience about 2014, political changes, political lawmaking that basically was the starting process of taking out the public utility and moving into a private operator. So we have to deal with that, and that I will say is one of the main reasons why the island is in the situation that we are right now.
So just a middle summary of the discussion. It's very interesting because actually if I now divide the different steps that we heard that for preparation, some of you propose steps that are actually for the longer term. On contradiction, Puerto Rico needs something that is actually preparation or ability to respond in very short term. So building new systems, everything, it's very good idea. I think that the common issue that was raised by many of you is actually resilient communication. That is very important for resilience. And I have to agree or to say that I agree very much with what Matt said about modeling and ability of HIL, of hardware in the loop, incorporating sophisticated and real simulation of the system, trying different scenarios and actually to be more prepared for it, very important. Maybe we will ask the audience if they have some additional idea or question to the panel, please.
So I heard a couple times solar and maybe renewables described as unstable, and I don't know quite what that means. Just wondering what that means and how it affects the restarts.
You're going to blame that one on me?
You're the one that said it.
No, so a couple of things. Let's rewind back to what I think was a really eye-opening event for me, and that is the Blue Cut fire. Was that in 15 or 16, Terry? 2015, 2016. We had a fire in the Southwest. There have been so many since then that this one may not ring a bell, but the Blue Cut fire burnt underneath a double circuit 500 kV line. And I forget whether it was in Arizona or California, but that line operated, cleared the fault, and what we say tripped and reclosed. The line detected the fault, which was caused by the ionized gases from the fire and the contamination actually burning up the line. Line faulted, the line tripped, and then the way the electric transmission system is intrinsically built is that really 90+% of the faults, really 95% plus faults on transmission are temporary, which means that whatever caused the fault burns in the clear, and you can actually immediately reclose the line. You can re-energize the infrastructure. So I believe there were 2 trip and reclose cycles on this 500 kV line. In the process of that trip and reclose evolution, we lost over 2,000 megawatts of inverter-based generation, because what was a fairly standard grid transient was interpreted by the inverter-based generation to be a problem for which they needed to go either into momentary cessation or to take themselves offline. So that opened the eyes of our industry to realize that some of the fixed and repeatable physics associated with conventional generation didn't exist with inverter-based generation. And so what I've tried to come up with another visual, and after I'm done with this one, I'm going to have to use your iPad because yours are really good. But I try to think about as we rebalance our energy mix between the kind of the known knowns associated with conventional generation with the unknown unknowns associated with inverter-based generation. This is actually not a bad thing, and this scale can be made to balance. The issue is one side is mature and another side is evolving. One side is fixed and the other side can be anything. It is programmable. And as we know, there are advantages to that. There are advantages to optionality. But you have to find what those options need to be. We need to kind of come to some standardization here. So I think one of the things that we can do as we're in this conversation is begin to look at what's needed to balance out this equation here. As we invert our energy supply pyramid, what are the technical things that are incident upon the grid, the investments we need to make in the grid to balance out this equation? So I'm not necessarily saying that inverter-based generation is inherently unstable. What I'm saying is that there is a difference in the stability characteristics associated with inverter-based generation that really doesn't exist.
So when you talk about this inverter-based generation, are you talking about generation on solar panels at homes, or are you talking about big solar farms? I mean, I could think that if something went off at a big solar farm, it's just kind of one point. You tell them, connect it back up, get it going. But getting that communication out to the distributed network could be quite difficult.
Yeah. All of the above. So right now, the predominant majority of all solar and wind is inverter-based generation.
Right, but you can tell them to turn it back on and get it connected up.
Yeah, that conducting that symphony is where we need to focus on today. Exactly right. Yeah, Jerry.
Let me add that it's not just the inverter-based world. The new gas turbine fleet that came in as part of the Shell gas boom, one of the things we found that they would set the controls on the unit so that they protected the unit as opposed to protect the system. Right. And we have historically said you've got to protect the system first. You need to ride through that fault on the adjacent feeder, which we've had, and Jim Robb brought it up yesterday. Clearly, we've had lots of events, but there's another thing we don't control very well that I think we need to think about, and that is how the load attaches to the system. The first Black Start plan I had to put my signature on and approve had us routing through a customer's bus that was a chemical process that if they saw if they saw a hot bus come to them, they would hit us with 500 megawatts because they were going to have a huge cleanup cost of all work in process. Controlling the loads, and it's voice communication you need as much as anything as you switch back, because your under frequency protection will come in if the loads are not carefully brought back onto the system as you're in a black start condition. So.
Can I look over the next hill and make one comment? You know, as we think about you know, these types of black swan, black sky events, one of the complicating factors associated with that is the electric power grid today is made up predominantly of long lead time equipment. And that's actually one of the advantages of some of the inverter-based generation that we're seeing, is that the lead times are a little bit more reasonable. And I'm saying all of this pre-COVID. Now everything's a mess. But does anybody in this room buy large power transformers? Anybody in the room buy large power transformers? I'm sorry, show of hands, large power transformers. Anybody? What are you seeing lead times, large?
Second hand in the market yesterday.
What's second hand? Was there another hand up there? Large power transformers. What's the lead time?
We had to buy one for our facility. It took us 9 months.
Want to buy from who you're buying from? Yes, sir. Lead times.
In Norway now, we are talking about 3 years.
Yeah, okay, yep.
And after when we start rebuilding the grid in Ukraine, it might increase to 6 years.
Yeah, you're bringing up the exact point I want to make. So I'm seeing lead times that go right now for large power transformers. I'm talking, you know, your 480 MVA and up, single phase, 27 months to out past 5 years. So this is one of the complicating. This is one of the things that makes black sky, black start, you know, a bit big and ugly.